Hello, everyone. Really grim and dark news in Sydney. I'm covering this live as the information comes in. This is a full-blown terrorist attack. I don't think Australia's seen a terrorist attack this bad before. I've seen the footage. There are multiple people dead. It was an attack on the Jewish community. This is an anti-Jewish terrorist attack in Sydney. There's no information right now, but we know it targeted a Jewish community event. We know it targeted a Jewish community event. This is a terrorist attack on the Jewish community in Sydney. I've seen the footage. This is like just unbearably grim. I can't believe it. Use discretion if you're watching, because I won't put the footage on the screen, but there are a lot of people dead. There are a lot of people dead. I've seen the footage. A lot of people are dead. I just can't believe it. This is probably one of the worst terrorist attacks we've seen in Australia. It was a Jewish event. We know for sure that it was a Jewish event. I had friends there. My God, this is a really dark event. This is a really dark event. If people have more information, please send it through. But we know right now that it targeted the Jewish community. Multiple people are dead. This is one of the worst terrorist attacks that I've seen in Australia. It's extremely grim, extremely grim. We have footage showing the shooters are down. There were multiple gunmen, multiple people shooting, and multiple people killed by the police. I'm trying to cover this with as much information that I have right now. I don't have much information. If people can provide sourcing, it would be really helpful. I'm trying to cover this just as much as everybody else. But this is one of the worst things that I've seen in Australia. It's really grim. And I apologize, guys, for how rushed this is. I was literally moving my house, and I just jumped on as soon as I found out about this. This is so unbelievably disgusting and so scary. I'm going to share this footage. Please, viewer discretion advised. But multiple people dead, I'm trying to cover this live. I don't have that much information, but we have footage showing multiple people dead. This targeted a Jewish community event in Sydney. It was the first day of Hanukkah. Multiple gunmen shot dead by police. And we know there are deaths because there is a lot of blood. There's a lot of blood. This is the footage that I saw. Again, I don't want to show the footage. I don't want people to be traumatized. I'm just trying to report the news as this comes in. But I've seen the footage. There are multiple people dead. This is one of the worst things that I've seen in Australia. I'm actually going to be joined by a member of the Jewish community in Sydney. They're going to join. I'm going to quickly send them the link. Oh, my God, guys, I'm so sorry. This is just so grim. So grim. I'm going to be joined by some live footage, live people, live news. But my God, this is so unbelievably grim. I'm just shocked. It was targeting the Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah. I'm going to be joined by Freya Leach. She has people who were friends there. But this is a mass shooting targeting the Jewish community of Sydney. And a lot of people are dead. This is one of the worst. I'm really sorry, guys. I am really sorry. This is just so bad. I'm trying to cover this with as much information as possible. I'm still learning about things. But multiple people were shooting, multiple shots fired, and police killed multiple gunmen. There is footage showing police killing multiple gunmen, and we actually see the gunman on the ground.
He's hit! Please help me! Fucking bash him!
We obviously can't jump to conclusions, but this was an attack. This was an attack that targeted the Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah. This is one of the worst terrorist attacks in Australian history. We're covering this live. Literally started happening 40 to 50 minutes ago. but this is just so unbelievably horrific. Okay, two police report. Apparently, the shooters are not dead. Apparently, they are under. Apparently, the police have stopped both shooters, and they are both alive. They're both alive. That one of them was shot. According to the latest information, one is still alive. One is still alive.
This is the kind of jewel in the crown of the communal calendar.
This was an attack targeting the Jewish community of Sydney. Multiple people dead. I've seen the footage. There is just such horrific footage right now.
It's a family event. It's a beautiful event.
It was targeting a Jewish community event.
By some stroke of luck, I wasn't there this year. I had a family bat mitzvah. My media advisor, who you guys both know very well, he was there.
Oh, gee, my God.
And he showed me wounds. He was wounded. And I got in the car and drove here, obviously, to be with him and with the community, and evaded a few police blockades on the way. And I'm here now on the south.
This is so unbelievably horrific. If you're watching live, guys, I'm trying to cover this as fast as the information comes in.
But they're still trying to ascertain exactly what's happened. I've heard some horrific accounts, but I don't want to.
Multiple people are dead.
What's speculation and rumor at this point? But if this is what we think it is, then this is our worst fears to realize. This is the Jewish community.
This is a terrorist attack on.
Coming together.
Look, I will show footage of the shooters. We don't have much information right now. I will show footage of the shooters. Footage of the shooters, guys. Footage of the shooters.
He's hit! Please help me! Fucking bash him!
So a passerby actually stomped on the head of one of the terrorists. 7 people jumped the gun, apparently.
Get out of there, get out of there! I'm trying, brother. I'm trying. Hey, he's hit! Please help me!
This is all live, guys. This is happening in the last 30 minutes.
Get out of there, get out of there! I'm trying, brother. I'm trying.
Oh my God. 2 people are in police custody at Bondi Beach. However, the police operation is ongoing and we continue to urge people to avoid the area. Please obey all police directions. Do not cross police lines. 2 people are in custody. Apparently, 2 people are in custody. Apparently, they are still alive. I was first under the impression that they'd been shot dead by police. Apparently, 2 people are in custody. Apparently, they are still alive. I was first under the impression that they'd been shot dead by police. This is one of the worst things that has happened in Australia. I'm so proud of the people who stopped the gunman. We don't know much. We can't confirm whether this was a religious-inspired terrorist attack, but we do know that it was targeting the Jewish community. God, man, God. This is the worst attack that we have seen in Australia in at least 10 years. We're following this live. I want deportations. I'm sorry, but we need deportations. Hang on, no, we're learning people didn't jump the gunman, they were shot. They were shot by police. Look, we cannot jump to conclusions about the identities of the perpetrators, but we do know that this was a terrorist attack against the Jewish community, and it's the worst terrorist attack in Australia it's the worst mass shooting in Australia since Port Arthur, at least. Oh my God. This is one of the worst terrorist attacks that we have seen in Australian history.
¿Qué está pasando? ¿Dónde? Alicia, escucha, Alicia, porque una cosa ya...
This is so, so, so grim, guys. I'm so sorry.
¿Qué le está pasando?
Freya has joined us. Freya, you're actually in Sydney. Tell us what's happening. Hang on, I'll try add you to the. Hang on, sorry, I'm just trying to add you to the call. Okay, Freya. So Freya, you're actually in Sydney. Tell us what's happening.
Sorry, one sec.
No worries, no worries. So where are you now?
Horrendous. So
Where are
I'm in
you
the city
now?
right now. I was
Yeah.
just in the car and driving through Brighton Le Sands, sort of from the Shire up to the city. And as we were driving, dozens of undercover police cars were flying past us.
Wow.
Like the whole, just heaps and heaps flying to the city. And even in the city now, you can hear sirens every so often. And it's definitely still an evolving situation. There were unconfirmed reports of something at Dover Heights. 7 jumped the gun. The police have said nothing's happened there. So it looks like just Bondi. But I'm seeing on Jewish group chats that I'm in, like people trying to find family, find friends, people haven't been seen. There were kids at this event who've apparently been shot. It's horrendous.
Oh my God. So this was a Jewish community. This was a Jewish community event. Confirmed.
Confirmed. It was a Hanukkah event at
God.
Bondi, run by Chabad. So the Jewish community at these events will always have their own security. CSG, the community security group. And so yeah, the location was kept pretty on the down low, but clearly, I mean, look, the police haven't announced the motive, but
It's obvious. It's
two
obvious.
two people coordinated with rounds of ammunition. Hanukkah event, first night of Hanukkah in Bondi. Like,
I'm hearing, Freya,
I've
I've got some messages from people saying that there's echo. Let me try mute myself, and can you say something and we'll hear.
Testing, can you hear me? Is that good now?
Guys, please let us know if it's better if I mute myself. Please,
Do you want me to repeat what I just said?
yeah, you repeat. I got to cut myself. It's me, so I'm going to cut my mic and you keep talking.
Okay, yeah. So basically what I'm hearing now is that there were 20 people at least shot. That's from group chats, so not official. Multiple dead. There's obviously, I don't know if you've showed the video circulating of just bodies lying on the ground. Horrendous. I'm in a group chat and with like 500 people in the Jewish community, and they're literally like, has anyone seen at people's names? Like, there are people who are still, people don't know where they are. So the police haven't released a motive as of yet, but I think if you look at the facts, two shooters, clearly coordinated, many rounds, lots of ammunition at a Jewish event at Hanukkah, first night of Hanukkah. Like, we're not stupid. So it's very bad. And in many ways, it's exactly what we've all been warning about for years, 2 years really, since October 7. Yeah, it's just, I'm shaking, that this has actually finally happened and this is where we've gotten to as a country.
Oh, it's the worst terrorist attack in Australia in at least it looks to be the worst mass shooting in Australia since Port Arthur. There were at least 20 bodies from what I was watching. A lot of people appeared to be dead. It is just like really, really unbelievably sick. And at the moment, we don't know anything about the shooters, correct?
Yeah, nothing that I've seen. There are videos. Oh, you might want to mute yourself.
Yeah, sorry.
No information that I've seen about ethnicities, what the shooters looked like. There are some videos. I've seen a video where the police are doing CPR on one of the shooters at least, tried to pause it, get a close up of the face or anything, couldn't see anything. So I guess you know, we'll just wait and see. But yeah, look forward to the unidentified Australian. Let's see.
Oh, it looks so bad. I've just seen the footage and it looks so bad. I will try bring up some of the footage for people to watch. We've got I'll try avoid the really graphic footage. This is the footage of the shooters. We don't really, there's just not much. There's not much. But this one.
Hey, he's hit! He's hit! He's hit! Please help me! Fucking bash him!
It's obviously
Information for you.
Okay, yep, please.
What I'm seeing now on a group chat, don't know how confirmed this is, but I'm seeing 1 cop dead, 26 critically injured, 9 civilians dead.
Wow, that's do we know where that came from?
Let me have a look. Have a look.
Oh my god, this is so fucked. Oh, I'm getting messages saying so many.
Yeah, so I don't know where the original source of this comes from. Sorry, can you mute?
Yep, sorry.
But this was sent to me by someone who works in a Jewish news agency. So I think it's probably pretty legit, but I think regardless of what the actual numbers turn out to be, it's very clear this was a mass shooting, mass casualty event, and extremely horrendous.
I've seen a photo of the gunman's face. I don't know whether I should show it on the screen yet because it's obviously not confirmed, but from what I'm looking at, it's the usual suspects. But I unfortunately, like, I don't want to put the photo up, but I don't know. It matched what the shooter was wearing. This is very grim. This is really grim. I'm not sure. I'll try and wait for other people to post it first because I don't want to post anything that we can't confirm. But initial reports at up to 10 people dead. Initial reports. Someone's saying it's shotguns. So Krista brought. Oh my god. Shotguns apparently. And it was targeting a Chanukah by the Sea event. I will post that. So we have confirmation that the terrorist attack was targeting a Jewish event. Wow.
You know, it's hard to even know what to say. I think Anthony Albanese has blood on his hands. And I think this is a moment that's going to change Australia forever.
This is so fucked. This is just really horrific, guys. We don't have that much information, but we have confirmation it was a Jewish event that was targeted. Multiple gunmen shot dead by police. Apparently there's a bolt action rifle and rifle shells on the ground too in the bridge video. Oh my God. This is the footage. Oh God, you can see it. People have been killed. People have been killed. A lot of people have been killed. Freya, do you want to say some more? I'll mute myself.
Sorry, I'm just out in the city right now, so I can't really hear you very well. But I did see people asking in the chat how many casualties there are. Now, this, just to repeat this again, this is unconfirmed. This is just from group chats from someone who works in Jewish media. But what I'm seeing is one policeman dead, 26 people critically injured, 9 civilian casualties. So one policeman dead, 26 critically injured, 9 casualties. If that's true, again, we don't know, but this is what I'm hearing, then that is terrible. And the death toll is likely to rise as those 26 people go into hospital and get treated. So I just don't even know what to say, to be honest. Yeah, I feel sick.
I've seen images and it appears to have been, again, I can't confirm anything, obviously, but we need deportations. Australia needs deportations. No descriptions of the suspects. People have sent me multiple photos, and the photos appear to show a Lebanese man, but I do not have 10 confirmed dead news.com. Okay, 10 confirmed dead news.com.
So the death toll's rising.
Yep. News.com says 10 confirmed dead. I'll get up news.com. Oh my God, man. Hello? Hello, are you in Sydney?
Oh, Drew.
Hey, are you... Oh, hang on. All good. I accidentally picked up a wrong call. Oh my God, 10 confirmed dead in Sydney. 10 confirmed dead. Oh wow, a media director for the Executive Council of Australian Jury has been shot in the attack at Bondi Beach this evening.
Could you say that again, Drew?
A media director for the Executive Council of Australian Jury has been shot in the attack at Bondi. At least 10 dead. At least 10 dead. 10 dead at a Jewish community event in Sydney. 10 dead. Apparently, the shooters survived. If people have more information, please send it through. I'm trying to cover this live. This is so sick.
Drew,
Yep.
just very. Do you want to be yourself? So people.
Yep. Sorry.
So there were 2 shooters, apparently, is what I'm reading. One has been arrested, one is dead. So that's the situation. Yeah, it's crazy.
I've just seen footage. An Australian hero has taken the gun off the shooter. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm trying to cover this as much as I can. I've got a lot of information coming in. Here. An Australian hero took the gun off the shooter. Oh my God. Oh my God. Guys, an Australian hero tackled a shooter. Wow. I'm trying to cover this as fast as I can, guys. I've got footage showing an Australian hero took down the shooter. This is amazing. Wow. National hero. Okay, we've got the footage. I'm going to put this up on the stream.
Oh!
Oh my God. Oh my God. What a hero. Holy shit. Holy shit. What a legend. Oh my God. An Australian hero disarmed the shooter. This is amazing. Oh my God. That is incredible. Wow.
Le mec il est hyper courageux. Oh. Wesh.
Wow, that is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Oh my God. That is unbelievable.
Oh l'enculé, il a pris une deuxième arme.
Wow, an Australian hero took down the shooter, guys. Watch the footage, watch the footage. This is unbelievable. Oh my God, look at this. Oh my God, what a hero. Australian of the year, Australian of the year. What a hero. What a hero, Australian of the year. Australian of the year, what a hero, my God. Oh my God. Wow. Australian of the year, what a legend, what a legend. That is an absolute hero. I can't believe that. And an unarmed Australian.
Le mec il est hyper courageux. Oh. Wesh.
My God, did you see that? That is so unbelievable. I just can't believe that footage. Wow.
Oh!
Oh my God, I'm stunned by that. That's unbelievable.
Oh non gros!
Wow. What a hero, man. What a hero. Holy shit. What an absolute fucking hero. Look at that. Oh my God. That's unbelievable.
Oh!
We've got image of the terrace. I'm going to put this up. I'm going to put this up. We've got image of the terrace.
Il est trop con le mec qui a l'arme.
Le mec est hyper courageux.
Wow.
Oh.
I can't believe that footage.
Wesh.
My God.
Oh l'enculé, il a pris une deuxième arme. En gros, il a récupéré l'arme du mec qui...
Oh my God.
Tu sais, il l'avait pris dans sa main là.
I just can't believe that footage. I put up the image of the terrorist. Someone messaged me and said, "Oh, how dare you put up the images of the footage?" No, people need to see this. People need to see this so that we have a full response to terrorism. This is an image of the terrorist, at least 10 killed. This is an image of the terrorist.
Drew, I'm now seeing that the bomb squad is apparently going in and doing a full sweep of the area. Some are saying that there was bombs on the bridge. By bridge, I think they're referring to one of the terrorists was on an overpass, shooting from the overpass, hiding behind the concrete wall that we saw in that video. So it looks like the bomb unit is in there at Bondi doing a full sweep. TBC on whether there are explosives there, but if there are, yeah, this is orchestrated, planned. They knew exactly what they were doing. This is crazy.
I'm just shocked that an Australian disarmed him. That is just so unbelievable. Australian of the Year. I don't know, Freya, what do you think of this? I had somebody say, "Oh, you're disgusting for posting the footage," but I actually think people need to see this so that people understand just how bad this is. You can't just cover this up anymore. Remember after Bataclan, after all these terrorist attacks, they'd always say, don't look back at anger. No, people need to understand just how evil this is. People need to understand just how sick this is. No more, just don't look back in anger. People have to see the true reality of what is happening. I don't know, what do you think?
Well, I think it's righteous anger.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm hearing an echo there. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll just quickly say. So somebody was attacking me and saying you shouldn't post the footage of the bodies because it's horrible. But I think people need to see just how bad this is. People need to understand how bad this is, because too easily the government can just sweep this under the rug. No, people have to see what is happening. That's my view. I think it's really important.
I'm 100% with you. After October 7, I saw the full 47-minute IDF footage. And it's only when you see that you realize the evil that we're up against.
Yeah. The people telling me to take it down. I had an ABC left-wing journalist telling me to take it down. No, they just don't want people to see what's happened. I'm sorry, but people just don't want to see. Like, that's sick. I'm sorry, I'm not taking it down. People need to see what's happening.
There's a journalistic responsibility to ensure that you are producing accurate information. But when it's such a developing situation, get the information out there. That's got to be the priority.
I've got people saying 100% expose everything. Yeah, we can't let this slide. We can't just ignore. Like, ABC progressive journalists saying, "Oh, don't tell people what's happened." They don't want people to see the footage so that they don't have an angry reaction. They want people to just say, this is how they reacted after Ariana Grande's concert attack, the Manchester Arena bombing, how they reacted after the terrible, Bataclan attacks, the whole thing of, "Oh, don't look back in anger." People have to understand how bad this is. People have to understand.
And you can't make peace with evil.
It's so evil.
I'm sorry.
So evil. I waited before posting the photo of the shooter, but I saw the footage and it looks the exact same. It's the same thing, right? Let's compare the footage, right? So you can kind of see it's very similar. It's very similar, right? I think this is the same person. I think this is I'm more than happy to say that this is the person. Exact same. No more of this shit. No more of this shit. No more. Don't look back in anger. People have to be angry. I will be angry until the day that I die. I will literally be angry until the day that I die. You can't allow this to keep going on. We can't allow this to always keep happening. It just keeps on happening, keeps on happening, keeps on happening. Never, never, never let this become normal. Never let this become normal. The belt. Yep, the belt. Yep, that's exactly the thing. You can see the belt. You can see the belt in the photo of where he's shot. So you can see the belt later in this image. Yeah, you can see the belt. So see the belt there? It's the same person. That is the same person. You see the belt there. You see the belt, and it is the same person. It is the same person. We have confirmation. I'm actually grateful to Elon. I think honestly, Elon is a good person because he has allowed us to share this stuff without it being censored by the news media. I think people need to see this straight up. People need to see what is happening straight up. Because in the old days, it would all be taken down and nobody would see the true horror. People need to understand, I think.
And also, Drew, the people who were at Bondi today, they had to see this straight up.
Exactly. Exactly.
They didn't get the censored version of where it's shielding from guns.
It was, yeah, exactly. This appears very, very likely to be an Islamic terrorist attack against Jews. I have to be honest. This is what we're seeing based on the image. This appears to have been an Islamic terrorist attack on Jews. And Elon Musk is a great man of history because he's allowed us to cover this live without it being censored by the news media. Because you already have the Australian progressive ABC journalist saying, take down the footage, take down the footage. No, people need to see what happened. People need to see what happened. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm just still in shock at this footage. It's so incredible. That's amazing. How could you do that? That is, the balls on that man is amazing.
Oh non, gros. Oh ouais, mais il y a son pote, il va se faire tirer dessus. Il est trop con, le mec qui a l'arme. Le mec est hyper courageux. Oh.
Oh my God. We can't keep letting this happening. We can't just keep let this happening. We can't let this happen on and on and on again.
Oh l'enculé, il a pris une deuxième arme.
This was an Islamic terrorist attack against a Jewish community.
En gros, il a récupéré l'arme du mec qui... Tu sais, il l'avait pris dans sa main là.
Mais il y en a un deuxième là, ils sont tous les deux sur le bridge.
Oui, oui, j'ai vu.
Tu les vois les deux?
Ouais.
Mais gars, je comprends pas ce qui se passe, gars. Je suis terrorisé.
Mec, c'est un attentat, frère. Eh, il y en a un, il est en dessous du bridge.
Mais genre, c'est un attentat devant nos yeux?
Ouais.
Gars, une minute de plus, on était dehors.
Oh my God. This is just unbelievable. This was literally an absolutely heinous attack on the Jewish community of Sydney. Enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. No more of this. No more of this. We are going to look back in anger. We are going to look back in anger. We will not accept this continually happening. We will not allow this to continue to happen in the West. Constant terrorist attacks, constant massacres against innocent people. We will not allow this to happen over and over and over again. It cannot be allowed to happen over and over and over again. It must be stopped. Somebody say, shut up about the Jewish community. This has nothing to do with the Jewish community. It was targeting a Hanukkah event. It was the first week of Hanukkah or whatever. It was the first day of Hanukkah. It was literally, it was targeting, this is what it was targeting.
So, Drew, if you want to just add an update for right now. So I'm seeing that one of the shooters has been identified.
Hang on, Freya. I think there's a problem with the mic. Do you maybe could you try rejoin potentially? Could you leave and then rejoin? Okay, sorry about that, guys. Hopefully Freya can come back because she had a lot of friends there. The E-Safety Commission is going to try to take this all down. It has to be seen before they take it down. We have to stop this. We can't just allow this to keep happening. I've got a guy who, I actually had a friend who said he reported my videos because he thinks that I'm being disrespectful to the victims. No, what's disrespectful to the victims is pretending that this was not an Islamic terrorist attack. Not a single Jewish person has asked me to take down the footage of the victims. It's only random lefties who don't want people to see what the consequences of Islamic terrorism. Oh my God. People need to see the reality. People need to see the reality. I'm sorry, but that's just the case. The Australian Jewish Association is posting the same footage as me because they want people to see what has happened, okay? So I'm just showing what is happening because people need to see the consequences of Islamic terrorism. I'm sorry. And we know that the E-Safety Commissioner is going to try to take down all of this, 100%. They're going to take down all of this stuff. They're going to pretend that this was not what it was. Everybody knows what this was. This was an Islamic terrorist attack against Jews. It's so obvious. I'm so sorry, but it's so obvious. Yeah, exactly. So sick of the so-called do-gooders. You are not being disrespectful, Drew Pavel. You are making sure that these victims receive due recognition of what these animals are doing to them. Let me just say this right now. If I was ever killed in an Islamic terrorist attack, I want people to show the footage so that people understand the true brutality and the evil. That's literally my own personal opinion. Seriously, 100%. If I was to ever be hurt in a terrorist attack, I would want people to see the footage so that they could see the true reality. That's honestly my own opinion. Guys, I truly think I have done nothing wrong in sharing the footage. People need to understand just how brutal these terrorist attacks are. People have to understand. If there's any more footage, guys, please send it through. Please keep me updated. Yeah, you have done nothing wrong. Thank you. We want to see all the news cartel disables comments. Exactly. We're trying to show people the truth. Oh my God, we've got someone saying maybe he's financed by Israel. Fuck you. Fuck you. Thank you for live managing this, Drew. The mainstream was so vague, it's been frustrating. This is the problem with the mainstream media. You're a good man. Thank you. Thank you. Prayers for your country. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, guys. Oh my God, this has happened in Bondi, my suburb. I still can't believe the footage of the guy jumping the gunman. That is so unbelievable.
C'est un malade. Oh non, gros. Oh ouais, mais il y a son pote, il va se faire tirer dessus. Il est trop con, le mec qui a l'arme. Oh! C'est un malade. Oh non, gros. Oh ouais, mais il y a son pote, il va se faire tirer dessus. Il est trop con, le mec qui a l'arme.
Someone's asking me what my faith background is. I'm a Christian Greek Orthodox.
C'est un malade. Oh non, gros. Oh, mais
Oh,
c'est quoi,
fuck
il
you,
va
alt
se
media
faire-
world.
il va se faire
I've got a leftist here. The bodies aren't even cold. Stop trying to monetize. There is no monetization here. No monetization. This is about telling people what is happening. You're just trying to cover it up because you are friends with Islamic terrorists.
Oh.
Max, people are criticizing me saying that I shouldn't show the footage because it's disrespectful to the victims. And they're all leftists. They're all leftists who just want to try and hide the reality that this was an Islamic terrorist attack. That's what they're doing. So they're trying to guilt trip me into deleting all my coverage because they're upset that it makes their friends look bad. Fuck you. Fuck them. I agree with this. Any NSN account, Nazi account that applauds this needs to be no knock rated, charged with terrorism. Anyone who celebrates must be deported. And I've already got people saying in the chat, this was not Islamic terrorism. How dare you? No, this was so obviously Islamic terrorism, and anyone can see that. Anyone can see this. Guys, I'm trying to get more information. I'm gonna bring in I've got another friend I'll bring on stream. I've sent a link to Josh Dabbleston, my friend. We've had 400 live viewers on YouTube, 400 people watching live, and I believe 60,000 people on Twitter have tuned in. Wow. Wow, they actually arrested the guy who stomped on the terrorist head.
He's dead. Good. They have to, but fucking move back.
Oh my God, they arrested the guy who stomped on the terrorist head. Wow. Oh, drone footage. Okay, we've got drone footage up. Hang on. Wow, drone footage. Okay. How the fuck did we get drone footage? This is crazy. Oh my God, drone footage of the police shooting the suspect. Wow, that is incredible. They actually arrested, they fucking arrested the guy who stomped on the terrorist's head. That's crazy. Honestly, the guy who stomped on the terrorist's head should be given a fucking medal. I can't believe that an unarmed Australian got the guy. I can't believe it's fucking crazy. Free the boomer stomper. Oh my God, I can't wait for fucking Candace Owens' insane conspiracy theories about this shit. That's gonna be unhinged. This was the shooter. Yes, the chat on Twitter does work. I've seen your comment, LacOF. I can't believe this guy. This is the worst mass shooting in at least 25 years in Australia, I believe. It was an organized Jewish event and it was targeted. We have to have deportations. Anyone who supports this, anyone who defends this must be immediately deported and citizenship removed. Anyone who celebrates this Islamist terrorist attack against Jews in Sydney must be immediately deported. If they are a citizen, they should have citizenship removed. Oh my God, man. Fucking hell. Barclay had such a shit take. He says Australia is fast becoming an outpost for foreign. Someone said Jews out of Australia. The Jews were the victims of the terrorist attack by an Islamic extremist. Fuck you. Barclay had such a bad take. I'm going to post this up. Barclay said this is a foreign proxy war. It's an Islamist terrorist attack. How's it a foreign proxy war? 1 second, guys. I'm going to get a drink of water. Sorry, guys, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, I had to charge my phone, get a drink of water. Sorry, guys, I'm back. I had to get a drink of water and I just charged my phone. Here is an image of the terrorist, guys. We've got an image of the terrorist. Guys, thank you for tuning in. Nine people are dead. One shooter is dead. This is just the worst, one of the worst days in Australian history. I actually know somebody, secondhand who was shot up, apparently. Somebody in my group chat knows somebody. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. She's in hospital in critical condition, shot in the hip and lost a lot of blood. That is Freya Leach's friend's cousin. I'm actually really, really worried that the e-safety commission is going to come down and try and censor all this stuff, because we need people to see the reality of what's happening here, and I'm really worried that they're going to try and censor all this. Someone says, great live coverage, thank you. This is so obviously Islamic terrorism. It's so obvious. It's just unbelievably obvious, and everybody knows it. Guys, people are sharing the footage of raw egg. People have falsely misidentified the shooter as raw egg nationalists. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. I hope she does try and censor it. The blowback will be huge. They're going to try and censor it. Guys, hang on 1 second, guys. I got a call coming. Sorry, guys, I'm back. Sorry. If you're just tuning in, thank you for tuning in. We're trying to cover this live. We've got first images of the terrorists in Sydney. it's very obvious that this was an Islamic terrorist attack. We've got guys, we've got information in. I've just been sent this by a Channel 7 journalist. We've got information on the man's name. Wow, okay, we've got information on the man's name. I won't share it yet, but it appears to be the same person. Oh, gee. Do you have any books? I was literally moving house today, and I didn't think I was going to stream for a week, and I just jumped on as soon as this happened, so that's why the bookshelves are completely empty. Apparently, okay, Pauline Hanson's released a statement. Let's see. Statement: today is an extremely dark day for our nation, particularly the Australian Jewish community, which appears to be the target of this terrorist attack. The Prime Minister never heeded the warning signs, including the weekly anti-Semitic protests across our nation, hate speech from certain religious clerics, our obnoxious university, and probable terrorist alert. I stand with Australia's Jewish community who tonight deserve our absolute solace. You have the same right to live in peace and harmony as all Australians. Authorities must be honest when revealing the identities and backgrounds of these murderers. That's actually a good statement. That's a good statement. I don't understand what Barclay was doing here. It's literally an Islamic terrorist attack in Sydney against civilians, and he says it's a foreign proxy war. Like, what the fuck, man? It's literally an Islamic terrorist attack. It's not a foreign proxy war, it's an attack on Australia. Oh, God, man. Yeah, this is what globalizing the Intifada looks like. Innocent people shot dead in the street. I'm just telling the truth. It was. I've got. A lot of people are naming the shooter. I can't confirm that yet. I can't confirm that yet. Look at the comments we've got in the chat. Dude, what makes this Islamic terrorism? Like half the world hates what the Zionists have done. No, this is Islamic terrorism. Fuck you. Stop lying. Everybody knows it was an Islamic terrorist attack. Wow, a rabbi with 5 children has reportedly lost his life. Oh, gee. So the guy who disarmed the terrorist like a patriot but didn't shoot him, then the terrorist runs to his friend, gets another gun, and it looks like he shoots the Good Samaritan's friend in the arm. That's so fucked. He should have blasted the terrorist in the face. A lot of people sharing the name of the shooter now. A lot of people sharing the name of the shooter. I won't share it yet, but I think it's pretty obvious. There are going to be some sick takes. This was very clearly an Islamic terrorist attack. Is this guy retarded? He said the only people trying to stop this were NSN. The NSN wanted to deport every person who got shot today because they hate Jewish people. So that's fucking retarded. ABC have confirmed 10 people dead. Wow, somebody was shot in the head. Hang on. Ali Afria. Whoa. Chairman of the Israel-Australia Jewish Council shot in the head and he's fine. That's fucking crazy. Wow. Oh my God, look at the comments. Somebody's trying to make this about Palestine. Fuck you, you're evil. You're so evil. If you try to make this about Palestine, you're fucking evil. Deport. Anybody who celebrates this or justifies this in the name of Palestine, deport. Straight away, deport.
He's got a gun. He's shooting at people. Look at him. Look at him.
Hey, wallah, he's shooting that cunt.
Yeah, he's full sniping
Wallah, he's
cunts.
shooting that cunt.
Bro, he's sniping cunts. Bro, this guy's got a go right now. Go right now.
His fool got a sniper, lad.
Bro, there's someone dead there. There's someone dead on the floor, lad. There's someone dead on the floor.
Because there's people hiding.
Look at this guy. He's got a gun. He's shooting at people. Look at him. Look at him.
Hey,
Oh
wallah, he's
shit, I
shooting
got new
that
footage.
cunt.
Hang on, I got new footage.
Wallah, he's shooting that cunt.
Bro, he's sniping.
Wow, I've got first footage. Hang on. Wow, somebody actually DM me this footage. There appeared to have been 2 shooters. We don't know actually for sure. Some people have said it's even more. ABC News say that they don't know what this was. Everybody knows what it was. Hang on, I'm posting this new footage. I will look back in anger until the day that I die. Until the day that I die, I will look back in anger. I will never forgive this. Never, 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 never. I will never forgive for allowing this to happen. I will never forgive it. This is Australia's worst ever Islamic terrorist attack. Holy shit, a guy who was following me got shot in the head. My God, guys, this guy was actually following me. Literally, my Twitter mutual got shot in the head. Oh my God. The bullet grazed his head. Holy shit. Holy shit. Somebody said, to see the glee in which you tweet this is simply disgusting. I'm happy because he survived, you fucking retard. I'm happy because he survived. It's somebody I know who survived. You fucking psycho. I'm happy because he survived. My God. ABC Live says that they're disarming an IED on the bridge. The shooter's name was apparently Naveed Akram. 2 early reports. Wow, a rabbi murdered in the attack. I knew arson. I knew arson. We followed each other. This is the guy. He got shot in the head. He somehow survived. It's amazing. I can't believe it. He survived. Shooter's home already raided by police. Okay, let's go. One shooter is dead. One shooter is dead. Let's go to ABC Live.
It all started 5 years ago.
Okay.
North of the Bondi Pavilion, between Bondi Pavilion and North Bondi Surf Lifesaving Club, firing into a crowd of people celebrating Hanukkah. This, as you've heard there from that witness just then, it felt like it went on for about 10 minutes. The terrible news that's just come through in the last 15 minutes or so, 10 people dead.
10 dead.
Including one of the gunmen. 12 people injured, including 2 police officers. And scenes of heartbreak and devastation there at Bondi this afternoon, with people shot and injured. A massive response from emergency services to try to address the situation. One of the gunmen shot dead, the other in custody. Police say there were concerns there was possibly an explosive device planted in the area as well. They've said they've come across what may be a device that they're taking a look at now. They're asking people to stay away from the area. We've seen vision of a man in a white T-shirt run up to one of these men with the gun, there we go, and tackle him, wrench the gun off him. And this is happening while the other gunman is still up on the bridge about 50 metres away and ends up firing at this man dressed in, we don't know if he's a civilian or a plainclothes police officer, but and there's someone else kind of throwing, we might see it soon, kind of throws something at this man as well. And this is happening while this other gunman is up on the bridge. So the terrible news in the wake of this, 10 people dead, including one of the gunmen, and 12 people injured.
10 people
We
dead.
have not heard a major media conference from authorities just yet. We just heard from our reporter that we're expecting that in about 20 minutes. So we'll bring you that live here on the news channel, just repeating that so that because that'll be a key moment in information on this coming through, that major media conference happening in about 20 minutes. We'll bring you that live here on the ABC News channel. Reporter Isabel Rowe is in Bondi tonight and joins us. Isabel, just unbelievable what's unfolded there this afternoon.
Well, Joe, I've been here since about 7:30 with my colleagues. As you can see behind me, this is one part of the scene, but I'm just going to turn around and show you, if you can just see through past those bus signs there, that park area, that playground area, is where this all unfolded this evening. There are obviously a lot of police still there and a lot of the media are being kept back. We've been here for some time. When I arrived this afternoon, there were still people about, the public was still standing around in shock. And it was a scene of utter chaos in that playground. There were people on the ground. There were lots of witnesses helping, police, obviously, ambulance. There were still police and ambulance streaming into the area as well. Eventually, police managed to get a lot of the crowd back. There were hundreds of people at Bondi. It was a really hot day today. They eventually got the crowd back and away from the area. We know that it's been obviously a distressing time for the public, but there were police officers with tears in their eyes, you know, telling me to move on. I've spoken to witnesses who said that, as you described it, like the 10 minutes of hell, it was just utterly extraordinary.
And have most people cleared out from the area now? Because we've heard from police just in the last 10 minutes or so, 10 or 15 minutes, that there is concern that there may be, that they've come across what's suspected to be an explosive device. Have people generally cleared the area?
Yes, they have. There are a few people hanging around. Obviously, a few of the media are still here, and a few members of the public. A lot of police, a lot of ambulance officers. As you can see behind me, it is mostly clear of the public, though. There's just a life-saving headquarters here, Surf Life-Saving Club. I've seen lots of the lifesavers be part of this effort as well. They were obviously the first on the scene. This is their building, and they were just meters away when this happened. I've seen some of the surf lifesavers hosing down clean blood off their boards this evening. So extraordinarily harrowing for them, as well as the general public who've been here, who, you know, just witnessed something. I think one of the earlier guests said that just does not happen in this country. Yeah.
Okay, Isabel Rowe reporting there from North Bondi. And just repeating once again that we're expecting that key media conference from police in about 15 minutes, and we'll bring you that live here on the news channel.
What we know so far, 10 people are dead, including one gunman. After a shooting at Bondi Beach this afternoon, a second shooter remains in police custody. 12 people were injured and have been taken to various hospitals. 2 police officers were also injured. Emergency services remain at the scene, but police have confirmed there is no active threat to the public. But police are reiterating that people should stay away from Bondi Beach despite the 2 shooters having been neutralised. There is an ongoing bomb threat in the area, police say, and they are working to disarm what they've described as an IED, or improvised explosive device. We've got a number of reporters who have been at the scene giving us their first-hand recounts of what they're seeing, stories from people on the ground. We've heard some harrowing details, people describing this as hell on earth. We heard that there was a Jewish event, a Hanukkah event happening at a playground that was underway at the time of the shooting. We've seen vision of gunmen being knocked to the ground by people in normal clothes. We don't know if that is a plainclothes police officer or a member of the public. We're waiting for this press conference in 15 minutes to have these details confirmed by authorities. We have reporters all over the place, including outside St Vincent's Hospital in Darlinghurst. Now, this is a location where 6 people have been taken. We're going to go live now to Jeremy, who is there at the hospital. Jez, what can you tell us about the scene there at St Vincent's Hospital?
Isabella, St Vincent's Hospital is only about 6 kilometres from Bondi Beach, the scene of that shooting. This is the closest hospital in metropolitan Sydney to that area. This is where the largest number of people who've been shot have been brought. We understand that a number of others, 10 others, have been taken to hospitals right across metropolitan Sydney, from the Prince of Wales Hospital, Sydney Children's Hospital, Westmead Children's Hospital, along with St George and RPA. Now, what we know is that a number of staff here have been called in because of the surge of patients this evening. This area is only a short distance, of course, from where the Bondi Junction stabbings took place in April of last year. We understand that while the patients have been brought here, we don't know the condition of those patients, so we're waiting to hear about that. There is a media contingent here. We've seen in the last 45 minutes or so a number of ambulances arrive under police escort. And after that, a number of police vehicles arriving with people rushing in. We don't know what their association is to those people who are in the hospital. We are waiting for updates on their conditions now.
And Jez, it sounds like just standing outside that hospital, you do get a sense of the emergency that is unfolded in Sydney this afternoon.
Absolutely, Isabella. Look, I mean, the people are just absolutely struck by this evening. I was on air with the 7 p.m. news in New South Wales as this story broke, and I can tell you the feeling in the newsroom was one of familiarity, that this has happened only a short time ago, that the city was quite struck by the Bondi Junction stabbings, and here we are just before Christmas with this happening. And so, yeah, it really
I just
has
can't believe
captured the
this. This
city.
is the
There are
worst
people
terrorist attack in
texting
Australia's
left, right, and
modern
centre,
history.
checking that being a Sunday
It was very obviously an
morning in
Islamic
Sydney,
terrorist attack.
people are checking on each other, making sure that, you know, those they know who live in the
I'm just
area,
still
who
trying
go
to
Bondi Beach,
get as
who
much information as
enjoy,
possible, but there was a
Sunday
raid on
morning in
the
water,
suspect's home.
are safe this evening.
Jez, as you say, this is a community that has been traumatised before. Many people on edge waiting for more news. Thank you so much for those updates outside St Vincent's Hospital. We're just going to move back to our reporter Digby Worthmuller, who is at Bondi Beach. He is at that scene where there was a shooting earlier today. Digby, we understand you've got someone there who has witnessed what's happened today.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just here at the exclusion zone here in Bondi, and I'm speaking here with Finn. Now, Finn, you were down at Bondi at the time this all happened. Now, just through what you saw, can you just run me through what exactly you saw?
So my apartment's on Campbell, where it all was happening. And at the time, I was currently on FaceTime with my family from back home in London. And I just heard a few like fireworks going off. That's what it sounded like anyway. So I sort of took my mum to have a look, see what was going on, almost show her the view in a way. And the next thing you know, I saw a white car with a guy shooting, firing from his car. And then I saw, there was an older lady who was killed. And then a guy on the left-hand side. So I just didn't know what to do. And my parents were saying, on call, take cover, take cover, take cover. So everyone ran in. So I ran over to my bedroom. And where my apartment block is, the security isn't great. Like, the locks aren't amazing. So I didn't know where to hide. I can't go into my bed. So I went in my wardrobe, shut the door. And I just kept hearing like gunshots going off and off and off. So I was trying to just...
Oh my God, we've already got fucking unhinged Palestine supporters saying that it was Mossad.
My wardrobe, what it felt like was never gunshot going off. And then I just heard sirens, and then I was just trying to wait for some key signals to be able to leave almost my wardrobe in a way, to go out into my living room, to be able to have a little view to see if there was anything else happening or if it had died down. But yeah.
And when you heard those shots ring out, what was your sort of immediate reaction? Was everyone in the area sort of a bit shocked, surprised?
How am I doing race science? Where did I do race science? Fuck you. There's just left-wing trolls here. Left-wing trolls because they're really upset that this will create a backlash against their friends.
So I just went to the lifted my blind up, and I saw a guy letting off shots. And there was a few people on the floor. And then I just saw people running towards my way and then running up the street and then down the other side of the street, and people just screaming. So I was like, oh my God, what's going on here? And obviously my mind wasn't really processing everything. So I just heard my parents say, just take cover, and everyone was screaming, and it's a very, very scary situation.
And when did you then leave the house, or did you sort of stay in the house and watch it all unfold? Because you live right on that road that connects with the block of buildings, Campbell Parade, and then the beach. And so when did you leave the building?
So I didn't know what to do, because obviously I was on my own. So I was just in my apartment, in my wardrobe for the best part of, I would say, an hour and a half. Just trying to see what was going on, trying to hear, because where my bedroom is, the window was open, so I could hear certain, they were doing different speeches and things like this to try and give information and stuff like that. So I was trying to hear the best I could. And then after about 2 hours, when it started about 8 o'clock, Cassius, my friend, ran over to mine to basically try and pick me up and take me to his place, so we've just left my house now, on the way to his now.
Yeah. And how much time was it until police and emergency services started to flood in?
I think it was quite quickly, but in my mind it took ages, it took forever, but that was just because I was so shaken up, I didn't know what to do. It took a while, I think it took a while for the helicopters to come, because my mum was saying about there should be a helicopter coming soon, and I couldn't hear one for ages, but it came, and it started to settle down after that. But it was, yeah, for the first initial, I'd say, good hour was just, it was mayhem outside.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you having a chat with me, Finn, and make sure you go stay with some friends tonight and keep safe, all right? Yeah, no worries. And so that's just the latest from some of the people that have witnessed the tragedy down here on Bondi. 10 people confirmed dead, one of which is the shooter, the other shooter in custody, and 9 civilians have also died. And there's also reports
Unexploded
that,
IED at the
12
scene,
people
my
were
God.
also injured. And police now are just starting to get a gauge on the situation here in regards to a bomb threat, and they're bringing in specialist resources to deal with that bomb threat. And we understand that police will be holding a press conference at 9:30 tonight in Sydney's CBD.
Okay, Digby Worthman reporting there from Sydney. So we're expecting that key media conference in about 7 minutes. We'll bring you that live here on the news channel. We understand New South Wales Premier and Police Commissioner will also be there. Our reporters have been speaking to people through the evening. This only happened about 2.5, 3 hours ago. Yeah, the devastating news that 10 people are dead. Let's hear now from some of the people our reporters have been speaking to.
My housemate here, we were driving to go pick up some house stuff. We literally live 2-minute drive up the road, and we always drive down this way. But we didn't see anything, but as we were driving up down Bondi Road, loads of police, loads of ambulance, that sort of thing. And then our friend rang us, who works in and around the area, and just said what they thought was going on. Obviously just really, really scary, like really scary. And yeah, pretty speechless, to be fair, pretty speechless.
It's a very sad day for Australia, man. Like, you know, like I've been in the country for 31 years. I never believed this that could have happened like that, something like that in Australia. But obviously there's no place safe on earth at the moment. So God bless to the injured. My daughter's grandfather was shot I just got the news now, they got shot on a leg. He survived it. He's in a hospital now. Wish him a fast recovery.
There were just some witness accounts from people who were at Bondi Beach this afternoon. Our reporter Nick Dole has also spoken to another family. They were attending a bar mitzvah at Bondi, and they've spoken about the moment of the attack.
As a family at a bar mitzvah for a relative, and it started at 6:30, and at about 6:40 people started screaming, telling us to run inside. So we ran into behind the kitchen, and we were just hiding in a room, and there were lots of children there. Their parents weren't there because this was a kids' party basically, and lots of kids crying. It was really horrible.
How many shots do you think were ringing out?
Oh, 50, 60. It just didn't stop for it seemed like 20 minutes. Yeah.
And you're inside the bar mitzvah as well?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
What was sort of going through your mind when you heard those bullets ringing out?
Probably just to get somewhere safe because it was very scary. Yeah.
And what about some of your friends who you were with? Were you sort of all together, or did some of you get separated?
A lot of people got separated. I think half of the people ran outside as a response, and then the other half were hiding, but yeah, it was pretty hectic.
We were hiding in a room behind the kitchen for about 30
Suleiman
minutes.
Ahmed is already doing that. Oh my God.
Stuffy. There were lots of people stressed out, crying. Eventually they let us out. I think a police officer came through. They moved us into a big hall and just said, get down low, stay away from the windows. And we sat in there for about an hour.
And insight there into the broader impacts of this. Obviously, there's the devastation for the friends and family of the 10 people who were killed, that died, the gunman died, and 9 other people, 12 others injured. But there's the broader impacts as well. So many people traumatised by what happened at Bondi this afternoon.
We're waiting for a press conference with the New South Wales Premier and also the New South Wales Police Commissioner. We expect that to get underway in a matter of minutes. In the meantime, we have our reporter Casey Briggs in the studio with us. He's been keeping across vision that's been coming in, mis and disinformation, but also, Casey, there's been global reaction to this story. Talk us through what you're seeing.
Yeah, this is, Bella, obviously leading news all around the world. It has been picked up by the world's media, and there is an outpouring.
Bomb found. There was a bomb found. Hang on.
Wide, not just in Australia, where all state premiers and officials from around the country
There's a
are
bomb
offering
found.
their support.
Hang on, I'll go to Daily Mail Oz. Oh my God. Oh my God, Purple Ping is a sick. It was an Islamic terrorist attack, and he's more angry about people saying bad things about Islam than the terrorist attack. What a sicko. Purple Pingers, what a sick person. Islamic terrorists massacred a bunch of innocent Jewish Australians at a Hanukkah event in Sydney, and Purple Pingers is more outraged that some people might be anti-immigrant as a result. Fuck you. I've had 100,000 people tune in on X. Thank you guys for tuning in. Look at this. Islamic terrorists massacred a bunch of innocent Jewish Australians at a Hanukkah event in Sydney, but Jordan van der Lem's first concern is anti-immigrant sentiment. Fuck you. Bonnie home, yep, it's confirmed, guys. It's confirmed that it was Naveem. It was confirmed that it was the Naveed guy. His home was raided. This was confirmed. The shooter, we've confirmed the shooter's name. The home was raided. Holy shit, the shooter was younger than me. So 9 News confirmed the shooter's Bonnie Rig home raided, and we have the address of the shooter, 26 Brown Road, Bonnie Rig. We have the shooter's name an hour before the mainstream media. Okay, I'll put on the media press conference. ABC apparently just named him.
Being raided by police now.
There's no place for him in this world. There's no place for him. You gotta throw the death penalty at him, because you don't do that to innocent people.
And what
death penalty.
It's tragic what has gone on here. In terms of what you saw, though, when those gunshots rang out, were you in Icebox and then you came out?
I was in Icebergs, then I came out, and then I could hear the whole thing happening, and it was weird. It felt like it was just fireworks going off, but then when everyone was running, I could hear it for a good. It went for a good 5 to 10 minutes, just people running, screaming, and it was something like I was having a bad dream or something. It just didn't seem right. Like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
And after those sort of gunshots rang out in the sort of aftermath, was emergency services pretty quick to come in and the helicopter?
To be fair, my honest opinion, I think they were a bit late to the scene, and I'm not blaming emergency services or the police because you don't expect none of this. Never happens. This never happens. But there was a good 10 minutes of this commotion happening, gunshots happening, everything, and it's just so sad to see. And I just want to give applaud to the old man. He tackled that shooter. He deserves all the praise in the world because it's very brave to do what he did, put his body on the line to save more people from getting killed. And I wish if I was in that position, I'd hope I'd do the same thing. But yeah, massive applause to that guy.
Well, thank you for speaking with me and stay safe out there tonight.
Stay safe.
Thank you. And so we'll just be hearing shortly that press conference that got pushed out in 10 minutes. We'll get a little bit more detail of exactly what has happened down here.
Thanks very much, Digby. In breaking news just in, a senior law enforcement official has confirmed that one of the gunmen was Naveed Akram
Yep,
from
it's confirmed.
Bondy in Sydney's southwest. The official was speaking on condition of anonymity and said Akram's home in Bonnyrigg is currently being raided by police.
We got it.
Now that has come through from one of ABC Investigations reporters, Sean Rubenstein Dunlop. That's a tip-off that he's got. We are waiting for more information when we have this official press conference, which we do expect to begin in a matter of minutes. In the meantime, we might go to Catherine Merchant, who works at Triple J. She was at Bondi Beach and says the shots sounded like they went on for minutes. Catherine, have we got you there?
Yeah.
Catherine, explain to us what you saw, what you heard.
Well, I was walking along the beach, which is one of my favourite things to do, and then
Oh my God.
everyone was just running, and there were bullets, and there were so many of them, and we were really scared. We didn't know where they were coming from.
I'm sorry, Catherine, I know it's really hard what you've been through.
Sorry, but I feel really guilty because I wasn't even right where those poor people were. But we just didn't know. And we were just running, and I was thinking, we're not going to hide. So we didn't know whether to go up toward the icebergs or whether to hide in the bushes and behind the rocks. And there were people who didn't speak English, and they were crying and crying, and I was so scared. Because it sounds silly, but we thought maybe someone had taken one of those surf life-saving buggy things, and they were just driving around the beach shooting people. We just didn't know, and there was so many bullets. And I just call my son. He's just a teenager, and I just was like, what's happening? We don't know what's happening. Anyway, after a while, finally the police came. There were sirens, and we thought maybe we were safe, but then all these people started running from another direction, from the icebergs coming down to our spot, and we didn't know if there was another gun person coming from another direction. And then eventually things quietened down. There was a lot of gun smoke, but we knew, I guess, we could start to come out and then go from there. And, then we started to realize what had actually happened. So, yeah, it was just really sad.
And Catherine, your tears and your emotion just capture how monumental this event is, how deeply upsetting and catastrophic it is for people from this community who would never expect something like this to happen. Can you think about what you were feeling in those moments, or were you just racing to survive and to get away or to help others?
I think, we all weren't really, we just were all terrified and trying to think of a place to hide. And my son and his dad, and were just trying to just telling me to stay calm, and they were trying to figure out what was happening. And then I called my old boyfriend, and he was trying to figure out what was happening. And I think it was handy to have a phone, because then the people I called were just saying, just don't move, just stay. And I was like, okay, stay, I'm gonna stay. But I guess I thought about those poor people in Bondi Junction that died or that were running in fear, and people around the world who live with this every day. And I don't know, Bondi is just such a special place to me. I always walk on the water if I feel good, if I don't feel good, and I take millions of boring photos all the time of Bondi and the sun setting, and it was the most perfect day. And then this happened. It was just awful. It was awful. And then realizing there's children are hurt. Fuck. It's just awful.
And Catherine, it's obviously difficult to keep track of time in a situation like this, but have you got any idea about how long it felt like it went on for?
I felt like there was 10 minutes of shooting.
Yeah, that's what everyone seems to be saying.
Yeah, and then it was really good when you finally started to hear police cars, but even when you heard police sirens, it felt like there was still a lot of shooting going on. And it was just so good when it finally stopped because, yeah, I know we're so lucky, the people that I was with, that we weren't right in that spot, but we just didn't know. And I guess we didn't know what was happening. So when it finally got quiet, but there was the smell of the gunpowder, I guess. It was so much, So it's so sad for that community. It's such a special place, and I just feel really I feel like I won't want to go there anymore.
Yeah, it's obviously going to have a massive impact on the friends and relatives of the people who died, but so many other people as well.
Yeah, and I feel for all the people celebrating Hanukkah. It's just awful. Anyway.
Okay, Catherine Merchant, thanks for talking to us and stay safe.
Okay.
So we're waiting for this key media conference. There's been this horrific event in Bondi this afternoon from one of the witnesses earlier.
I'm just going to get a drink of water, guys.
Thousands of people there, especially on a Sunday afternoon, enjoying a swim, enjoying the beach volleyball with daylight saving.
being
Oh, sorry.
neutralised. And
Sorry, I
that's
was
the
just
sort of
saying,
police
somebody
term
asked
that
why there are 110,000
could
watching.
mean
It's not
certain
live.
things,
There's not
but
110,000
what is
watching
clear
live.
is that there's no active ongoing threat, which is what they've told me, which is a piece of detail that's important there. And we'll work to clarify and get more clarity on the detail as to what that means for other bits of information that we're just trying to verify for you right now.
Okay, Digby Worthmuller reporting there. And so, yeah, with that breaking news on this terrible story that's coming out of Sydney, where there's been an incident where a shooter has fired into crowds. There are obviously multiple people injured. We just heard from Digby there that there are multiple fatalities. He also said that the police are saying the threat has been neutralised. The active threat has been neutralised, but we're yet to hear a media conference from police to talk through exactly what is happening. But we were just talking to our reporter Sean Tarrant Goodwin, who's also at Bondi. Hopefully we've still got him on the line. We interrupted him just to bring you that breaking news from Digby, but now we'll go back to Sean. Who was talking about his conversation with a witness there, Sean. So yeah, it's obviously incredibly distressing what's happened there, but yeah, what did this witness have to say?
So this witness, as I mentioned previously, was a member of Sydney's Jewish community, and he was attending a Hanukkah gathering here with his family, which he said he believes was being targeted by these
Guys,
shooters.
anybody
who were
asking, it's not
standing on the bridge,
112,000 live. That's
just
cumulative.
about
That's
100
all the people
metres
who've
from there.
logged
There's a
on
bridge
to the
that
X
goes
at some point or
pedestrian
another,
bridge
but it's
that
not
goes
live.
over part of the car park there. He said they were firing actively into the crowd. He described it as people being mown down. He said that there were people lying in pools of blood as they waited for emergency services to come here. He said that he sheltered with his family before he could evacuate with them by car. He was very shocked and still coming to terms with the details of what he had seen today. But the details that he, as a witness, gave to us was that he believes that this was a Hanukkah Jewish gathering that was being targeted by these shooters.
And yeah, you mentioned before, Sean, that this witness told you that it felt like it went on for 10 minutes.
Yeah, he said that people were lying on the ground. People couldn't get up because the shooters were shooting above them. People were trying to shelter. He said that he described it as absolute hell on earth, his experience here at North Bondi this afternoon.
And Sean, what have you heard from other people that you've spoken to there, and what can you tell about just people's demeanour in terms of what Bondi is usually like and what's transpired there this afternoon?
The contrast, Joe, is extreme between the scenes of Bondi that we would usually expect on a sunny, warm summer's Sunday evening, contrasting with the absolute tragedy that has unfolded here this evening. The people gather in large numbers in this part of Bondi to watch the sunset over just behind the beach. But what we've seen today as I was walking down the hill from the south end of Bondi, I saw a lady
saying
stop
go to
people
Channel
and tell
7.
them there's been a shooting, don't go there.
There were other people who were part of this
the level of planning,
operation. Exactly, the planning, the motives, and what other danger there may be. Now, Bonnie Rig is about 35 k's west of Bondi. It can take you anywhere up to an hour to get there from Bondi. West of Cabramatta, southwest of Parramatta, and just to the south of Blacktown and near Liverpool. So for our viewers around Australia, Western Sydney heartland, about a good hour's drive from Bondi. So if these addresses that we believe they are connected to what has gone down at those addresses and whether or not they Yeah, that's right. So there were a number of events taking place across Melbourne in particular, including Federation Square and the Caulfield Racecourse. Now, those events have ended early tonight, a decision that's been taken by the organisers. And Victoria Police are deploying additional resources, they say, to Caulfield, which is a very strong Jewish area, and the broader Glen Ira area as well. They say is an act of reassurance to the local Jewish community. Victoria Police says that additional resources are being deployed tonight as part of the operations Trinity and Alliance, which have been run for some time as part of broader community safety efforts.
Hugh, thank you. I want to go back to Sam Payne, who's down at Bondi Beach, because as we've been reporting, among the critically injured are 2 police officers. Sam, you are with someone who helped one of the police officers, I understand?
I am. I'm with Abdullah, and he was driving. Abdullah, please talk to me through. So you've come across this injured police officer while the active shooter is around?
Yeah, I was just driving down Campbell Parade while I think there were active shooters on the bridge. So I turned into the parking. I saw there was an officer shot, a couple of other people in the centre as well. Just parked my car. There were a couple of people helping the officer. I think someone from the surf club trying to wrap his gunshot wound. So I tried to help them, put pressure on the wounds. He was very brave. He was trying his best to stay conscious. And of course, he was on duty. So, yeah.
And you helped others, were others nearby as well in need?
Yeah. While there were 6-7 of us by that time, we were trying to help the officer. So then someone came running from the centre saying there's someone else shot. And I told them, unfortunately, look, I'm not a medic or a doctor. So they said
You do have blood on your hands right now, obviously, because you've just been gone in without thinking, just going to assist this injured police officer, and then obviously the other victims.
2 critically injured police.
How are you going now?
I think I'm okay. I'm just happy that, people who are injured, that they're all going to be okay. But of course, it's tragic that a lot of people lost their lives as well. I think, of course, you process it a bit later, maybe whenever that happens. But yeah, look, I tried my best. I just wish I could have done more.
You're a hero, mate. You're a hero. Thank you for that.
No, mate. I'm not. Thank you.
It keeps happening like this, Mike. A lot of people in this situation all have their own story from this horrific afternoon.
Sam, they do. Thank you very much for that. I'm just going to bring up now the shot of the press conference room. I think we just stay on this now because here comes the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, and police hierarchy with him. Let's just listen into this raw from the beginning, please.
I appreciate you all being here on a very distressing night in Sydney. At approximately 6:47 this evening, 2 individuals began firing on a crowded group of families on Bondi Beach at Archer Park. This cowardly act of terrifying violence is shocking and painful to see and represents some of our worst fears about terrorism in Sydney. I very sadly need to report that as of now, there are at least 12 individuals that have been killed.
12.
One of the offenders has also been killed and one is in custody.
Up to 12 now, guys.
This attack was
dead.
designed to target Sydney's Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah. What should have been a night of peace and joy celebrated in that community with families and supporters has been shattered by this horrifying evil attack. Commissioner Lanyon will speak about the investigation, the police response, as well as the designation of this attack as a terrorism event in Sydney. I can assure the community it will be met with a massive, comprehensive police and public order response. Our heart bleeds for Australia's Jewish community tonight. I can only imagine the pain that they're feeling right now to see their loved ones killed as they celebrate this ancient holiday. It's the responsibility of all Australians to wrap their arms around Australia's Jewish community and help them get through this incredibly difficult period. This is a massive, complex and just beginning investigation. It's just begun, and there are things that tonight we don't have the answers to. However, we do have answers to some crucial pieces of information for our wonderful city and our beautiful state. The first one is the outpouring of love and support from ordinary Australians for Australia's Jewish community is real. Secondly, today is another example of the enormous pressure and responsibility, the danger that New South Wales Police regularly face as part of their job. They do it without faltering. They didn't falter today. We need them. And thirdly, tonight saw extraordinary acts of personal courage and bravery from individuals in our community. And I think it's worth remembering that in all of this evil, in all of this sadness, there are still wonderful, brave Australians that are prepared to risk their lives to help a complete stranger. Mel?
Thank you, Premier. Good evening. Premier has outlined the brief circumstances this evening. I'll go through them again. They're more than happy to take some questions. About 6:47 p.m. this evening, police started to receive a number of reports of shots fired at Archer Park at Bondi. Archer Park is a grassed area just north of the Bondi Pavilion. Police responded promptly. Unfortunately, at least 12 people are deceased at this time. 29 people have been transported to various hospitals around the Sydney area, including 2 police officers. The condition of those officers and the other transported are serious, but there is a range of conditions. Our thoughts, prayers and love go to all the families and all of those that were involved tonight. We know that there were many people there to celebrate a happy occasion, the celebration of Hanukkah, and there was well over 1,000 people there when this took place. As a result of the circumstances of the incident tonight, at 9:36 p.m. this evening, I declared this to be a terrorist incident. I have also authorised special powers under Section 5 and Section 6 to ensure that if there is a third offender, and we are currently investigating that at the moment, we will make sure that we prevent any further activity. Section 6 allows us to investigate today's incident. There is a massive police response, and I think as journalists you have seen how quickly and promptly the police responded. I'm incredibly proud of the professionalism of our police and emergency service responders. They have done a fantastic job. Unfortunately, it's only several years ago that Bondi occurred, at Bondi Junction. We have learnt a lot from that, and tonight ambulance and police and other emergency responders acted promptly and professionally to do a great job there. We will have a significant investigation. Our counter-terrorism command
They've
will lead
confirmed
this
that this was an Islamic
investigation
terrorist
with
attack against the Jewish
investigators from
community.
the State Crime Command. No stone will be left unturned. This type of disgraceful activity, this wanton use of violence, the taking of innocent lives is unacceptable to New South Wales. It's not our way of life. I've been very clear since I've been the Commissioner that as a police force, we stand for this type of violence. I'm personally offended. You have seen that the police have already taken prompt action. The Premier has mentioned one of the offenders is deceased, the second one is in serious condition at hospital. We will focus to ensure that there is no further threat to the public. Could I ask, but this is a time of calm. This is a time where I want to make sure that there is no retribution. The police are investigating thoroughly. We have acted promptly. We have taken decisive action. Could I just ask for calm in the community? Allow the police to do our job. We will work closely with community and I'll continue to provide updates about the investigation as they go on. Thank you. I'll hand over to the Minister and then happy to take questions. Sorry.
Do we have an age range of the victims? I've got 6 early days of those deceased.
No, very early, sorry. I don't have those details at the moment. As you can imagine, there has been a fair dislocation. The ambulance service responded brilliantly. They've had to convey people right around the city to numerous hospitals. So at this stage, we don't have those details.
Commissioner, there's 12 people.
Sorry, can I also ask one at a time? Sorry.
Commissioner, do you have any intelligence about the 2 shooters?
We're working through that at the moment. Obviously, part of the declaration is because I have information about the deceased shooter. It's not something that I'm prepared to give at the moment. It will be part of the investigation, but we will work tirelessly through our counter-terrorism command to make sure we investigate all of the circumstances.
Commissioner, the 12 people that are deceased, do they include the gunman that is deceased, or is the gunman additional to that 12?
We've set up to 12 deceased at the moment. This is a really fluid situation. I would like to provide more certainty. But certainly the numbers that we are talking at the moment include the gunman.
Were any children among the deceased?
At this stage, I don't believe so. However, I do believe that a child was transported to hospital. Again, I don't want to give information that turns out to be incorrect. It is very early. We know that there has been a number of people turn up to hospital. We've had 29 others transported, and we know people are still turning up there.
What gives you reason to think there might be a third gunman or gun person around?
Unfortunately, in these sort of circumstances, we get information from a range of areas. We tend to be as safe as we possibly can so that we know that we have 2 definite offenders, but we want to make sure the community is safe. So we will run down this investigation.
They don't know whether there was a third shooter.
The reason that we have so many investigators out tonight is we can make sure that that happens. The fact that we've declared this as a terrorist incident, we've provided special powers, is to make sure that we prevent any further. I cannot confirm there is a third offender, but I want to make sure there's no stone left unturned.
Some news outlets are reporting a home in Bonnie Rig is being raided. Can you confirm that?
No, I'm well aware on social media that an identity of a person believed to be one of the gunmen has been circulated there. When I ask for calm, that is really important. This is not a time for retribution. This is a time to allow the police to do their duty. So police are responding to make sure that all of the community is safe. That is our role.
What can you tell us about public order rights, squad officers raiding homes? Is that is that happening right now?
What I'd say to you is that we have police right around the city at the moment to make sure that all of the community is safe. I don't go into too much specific activity. Our job is to respond to intelligence we get, respond to information, but make sure the community is safe. So unashamedly, we do have a lot of public order and rights squad and other police out on the streets at the moment to make sure there is calm. This disgraceful act will not go unpunished. Sorry.
So, given it was a Hanukkah event, first night of Hanukkah, were there any additional police resources around the Bondi area or Dover Heights in case there was any problems?
There certainly were police patrolling that area. We were well aware and we worked closely with the Jewish community in terms of Hanukkah. The Jewish community has its own security group that we work very closely with, so there were police present. The fact there was such prompt action taken demonstrates the police were present.
What about an active threat tonight?
Sorry?
Is there still an active threat?
No, what I've said before is that we were aware definitely of 2 offenders at the moment. One of those is deceased, one is in hospital at the moment. We want to investigate thoroughly so that if there is a third offender or any other people are linked to this matter, we will investigate them and take action against them.
What intelligence do you have about this third person? Was he there with a gun? Is he outside of the area? What intelligence do you have? I think people need calm and worry that there's someone...
I will look back in anger until the day that I die. I will look back in anger until the day that I die. 100%.
Safe. The community can rest assured that the police will take positive action to keep them safe.
What weapons were used and were they sourced illegally? And what can you tell us about the improvised explosive device found under the bridge?
It's way too early to give any description of the firearms other than to say that they were long arms. Where they came from, their background, how they came to be in possession of the offenders, it's too early to say. As part of the investigation and shortly after the shooting occurred, police located a vehicle in Campbell Parade at Bondi, which we believe has several improvised explosive devices. We have our rescue bomb disposal unit there at the moment working on that.
What is the latest on that?
It's still underway at the moment.
Were any of these devices or...?
It's too early to say that. As I said, we've got our rescue and bomb disposal unit there. They will take the appropriate action. They're experts in their field.
Were either of the 2 individuals, the deceased and the one in custody, known to authorities before this evening?
Only little on the offender that's deceased at the moment. I won't go into their background. That's obviously part of the investigation. Certainly form part of my consideration as whether to consider this to be a terrorist event.
Because of what? The gunmen licensed to hold firearms, and do we know whether they were known to ASIO or New South Wales Police?
It's too early in that investigation.
Why did you declare it a terrorist attack?
There was a range of circumstances. Obviously, the fact that it's the first day of Hanukkah, the types of weapons, the offenders, some of the other items we found at the scene. As I said, we have found an improvised explosive device in a car, which is linked to the deceased offender. So there's a range of circumstances, and obviously the Jewish community has a right to feel safe. We will take serious action.
Commissioner, you knew about the gunman that was deceased. How did you miss this attack? No.
I don't even think that's a reasonable question. What I said is that we are aware of the person. That does not mean there was any specific threat posed by that person. If the police had had intelligence that there was a risk to the community or to this event, we would have taken significant action. This is a tragic event. This is not the time to be pointing the finger. There will be a thorough investigation. My main focus is to make sure that the community feels safe and know that the police are there to support them and keep them safe.
Commissioner, how can 2 people with guns, improvised explosive devices in a car, organise something like this, potentially with a third person, and police do not know that it's coming?
I think if you think about the size of the community, our police do a fantastic job. Day in, day out, you see the work that we do to prevent crimes happening. We need intelligence to actually do that. As I said, The person that we know has very, very little knowledge to the police. So he's not someone that we would have automatically been looking at this time.
What can you tell us about the 2 injured police officers? Do you have their ranks? Has anyone been able to speak to them?
I wouldn't want to provide those details at the moment. We've obviously got next of kin coming down. Their loved ones will be with them. I want to make sure that they have some time in peace before we do. It's too early to provide that information.
Do you have a condition report at all?
Serious, verging on critical, and both are in surgery.
Commissioner, understand a rabbi was among those who have been killed. Can you confirm that?
I can't confirm that, sorry.
This might be one for the Premier. Have you spoken to the Prime Minister, and is there any indication the national terror threat level will be raised?
I have spoken to the Prime Minister. I'll leave that up to him to inform the public of. But he offered all the support to New South Wales, and we both reflected on how shocking and terrifying this evil attack was.
Okay, what would you say people who are scared right now?
Look, I understand that. This is a shocking event. It's not common in Australia, and it's all the more shocking because of that. What I can say is that there will be a comprehensive police response. Anything New South Wales Police needs in terms of resources, we will provide them. If there's changes that need to be made, we will do that immediately. I mean, we need to be in a situation where we're sending a clear and unambiguous message to the Jewish community, in fact every Australian that lives in this state, that these horrible acts of violence will never be tolerated, and anyone who perpetrates them we will throw the book at. Anyone who's thinking about it will be thoroughly investigated. This is a terrible night for Sydney, but I think it's important to say we can't let these evil people divide Australia up. We need to be in a situation where, as shocking as this is, there are still wonderful
Guys, I'm
people
hearing that there
in
were
the Bondi
celebratory
community right throughout
fireworks
New
in
South Wales.
Bankstown.
That's what these terrorists want. They want Australians divided and at each other's throats, and we can't let that happen. In fact, we won't let that happen.
Premier, at least 2 people, potentially 3, have worked together to organise a mass shooting event with shotguns at Bondi Beach. There's been IEDs in a car planted nearby. Further to what I asked the Commissioner, has there been a failure here? Has there been a failure in intelligence or policing?
Look, I mean, I think in the circumstances, it's reasonable that both the government and the police conduct an investigation. There will be, of course, a full inquiry. But when you're looking at several hours after this horrifying event, it's important that police focus on community safety right now and ensuring that the immediate vicinity is locked down, that the public, those who've been injured, are transported to hospital, and that there's not an immediate ongoing threat. There'll be plenty of times for a thorough investigation.
By Nigel
To
Ryan,
the
the
Prime
Acting
Minister
Deputy
now
Commissioner
speaking.
Australian Prime Minister.
for National Security for the AFP, and Mike Burgess, the Director General of ASIO. And we don't normally talk at confirmed meetings of the National Security Committee, but I think at this moment it is appropriate to tell Australians that the National Security Committee was convened as a matter of urgency, and we have just come from it. This afternoon, there has been a devastating terrorist incident at Bondi at the Hanukkah by the Sea celebration. This is a targeted attack on Jewish Australians on the first day of Hanukkah, which should be a day of joy, a celebration of faith. An act of evil anti-Semitism, terrorism, that has struck the heart of our nation. An attack on Jewish Australians is an attack on every Australian, and every Australian tonight will be, like me, devastated on this attack on our way of life. There is no place for this hate, violence and terrorism in our nation. Let me be clear, we will eradicate it. Amidst this vile act of violence and hate will emerge a moment of national unity where Australians across the board will embrace their fellow Australians of Jewish faith at this dark moment for our nation. Our police and security agencies are working to determine anyone associated with this outrage. Our agencies will provide you with factual updates as quickly as possible as they continue to emerge. The evil that was unleashed at Bondi Beach today is beyond comprehension, and the trauma and loss that families are dealing with tonight is beyond anyone's worst nightmare. Australians have had their lives cruelly stolen and many have been injured. For all Australians, our first thoughts are with those in the terrible early hours of their grief. We are also thinking of everyone being treated for their injuries, and many of whom are alive right now because of the courage and quick action of the New South Wales Police and the first responders who rushed to their aid, as well as the courage of everyday Australians who, without hesitating, put themselves in danger in order to keep their fellow Australians safe. We have seen Australians today run towards danger in order to help others. These Australians are heroes and their bravery has saved lives. As Prime Minister, I say on behalf of all Australians to the Jewish community, we stand with you, we embrace you, and we reaffirm tonight that you have every right to be proud of who you are and what you believe. You have the right to worship and study and live and work in peace and safety, and you enrich us as a nation. You should never have to endure the loss that you have suffered today. You should never know the fear that you know tonight. We will dedicate every resource required to making sure you are safe and protected. You are Australian and all Australians are with you today and every day. My fellow Australians, I say tonight that there are nights that tear at our nation's soul. In this moment of darkness, we must be each other's light. Hold on to the true character of the country that we love. Australia is stronger than the cowards who attacked innocent people today. Australia is braver than
when a
those
terrorist bombed
who seek to make us afraid. Australia will never submit to division, violence or hatred. We will see justice done and we will come through this together. I'd ask Acting Deputy Commissioner Ryan to make some comments and then Director General Burgess.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Firstly, our thoughts go out to the families and communities that have been affected by this senseless attack today. The AFP stands next to the New South Wales Police and with ASIO in our joint counter-terrorism arrangements, and we'll put all resources we can, all our specialist powers, all our specialist resources towards ensuring that this matter is investigated as thoroughly as possible. In relation to the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, we have heard that there has been a declaration of a terrorist incident that will enable the AFP, along with ASIO and New South Wales Police, to use specialist powers in relation to this investigation. I don't wish to speculate in relation to any of the information that is currently known. This matter is ongoing. It is in its early stages, and we will continue to work with New South Wales Police to ensure that it's investigated as best as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Nigel. Thanks, PM. ASIO was also a member of the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, and our principal role at this stage is to support the police in their ongoing investigation. But at the same time, as is standard practice for us, we are looking at the identities of the attackers, and where that is known, we're looking to see if there's anyone in the community that has similar intent. It's important to stress at this point we have no indications to that fact, but that is something we have active investigations on. The national terrorism threat level remains at probable. I don't see that changing at this stage. Probable means there is a 50% chance of an act of terror, and unfortunately we've seen that horrific act occur tonight in Australia. Thank you.
A few questions. Charles?
Prime Minister, you called this terror. Are you aware of any other terror threats at the moment, and what's your message to Jewish Australians who may not feel safe in Australia tonight?
My message to Jewish Australians is that your fellow Australians stand with you tonight in condemning this act of terror, in condemning this outrage. I've had a number of conversations with people tonight. One of the Jewish community leaders said to me, that we know where anti-Semitism leads, that it leads to an attack on everyone, not just Jewish Australians. And this attack at Bondi Beach, of all places, a place of celebration, a place where people, particularly in Sydney, but from all over the world, come to enjoy each other's company and to, in this case, at the Bondi Pavilion there. I'm very familiar with that pavilion. This senseless attack is one which is an act of terror. It is aimed at creating fear. But we will stand with the Jewish community and Jewish Australians at this time.
Prime Minister, in light of this attack, is the government going to move on any of the recommendations in the Special Envoy's report on anti-Semitism in Australia?
Yeah, we're continuing to work on all of those issues, including one of the things that you'll see is a request that had previously been made to be included in additional funding for security as well. And I know that it is, this is an incredibly tough time for the community to deal with this. It's important that they don't deal with it alone, that everyone stand with them at this time. And then we'll go filling then.
Left unchecked, as you were just saying, anti-Semitism leads to terrorism and violence targeting the innocent. Your government has come under criticism in claiming that it has effectively responded to the rise of anti-Semitism in Australia since October 7, 2023. In September, your government recognised a Palestinian state. Your ministers have attacked the Israeli government. Senior ministers refused to visit the sites of the October 7 massacres, and you created a special Islamophobia envoy alongside an anti-Semitism envoy. Have you taken the threat of anti-Semitism seriously, and can you guarantee the safety of Jewish Australians?
Yes, we have taken it seriously, and we've continued to act. We've continued to work with Jewish community leaders. We've continued to take all the advice from the security agencies to put in place special measures, and we'll continue to do so. Phil?
For Mr Burgess, for Deputy Commissioner Ryan.
Yep.
Mr Burgess, you've been warning for a long time about the risk of this sort of attack, localised extremism. I think, were any of these people on your watch list? I think the New South Wales Commissioner just said they were aware of one of these characters. That they were keeping an eye on him. Was he on either your radar at all?
So it's too early to give you any more details, Phil, other than to say, like the New South Wales Police, one of these individuals was known to us, but not in an immediate threat perspective. So obviously we need to look into what happened here.
Mr Burgess, you mentioned that the chance of another attack is probable, or 50%. I'm just wondering, how does that mean that there is still a 1 in 2 chance of a follow-up attack? And does ASIO or the other security agencies take more precautions now that you've seen such a devastating attack?
So national terrorism threat level of probable means there's a 50% chance, so 1 in 2, of course. That doesn't mean to say there's a connection to an immediate attack following this one. That is subject to our ongoing investigation. We have no indications that that is the concern at this stage, but of course we will work 24/7 along with our police colleagues to make sure that is the case.
Mr Burgess, given that the events of earlier today, why can you sort of expand on your decision to leave the terrorist threat level at probable? And do you envisage that you will have further conversations about potentially adjusting the terrorism threat level in the coming days?
The national terrorism threat level is under constant review. One incident by itself does not necessarily raise the threat level at a national level, but we keep that under constant review.
Thank you.
Okay. There's the head of the AFP, head of ASIO, and the Prime Minister there talking out of Canberra. Before that, you heard the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, speaking, and the New South Wales Commissioner, Mal Lanyon. So let's just recap. There's a lot of information in there. 12 people confirmed dead after a mass shooting targeting the Hanukkah celebrations at Bondi Beach. They're at Archer Park, which is a grassed area to the north. We are being told that 12 includes one of the gunmen as well. Now, according to the New South Wales Police Commissioner, one of the gunmen may have been known to police. You heard the ASIO chief stress that not in a threat capacity, but known. It's helped them lead very quickly to a lot of details, and they're not revealing them yet, which is entirely appropriate at this early time. 29 others have been confirmed as injured,
29
including
injured.
2 police officers who were seriously hurt, and the second shooter as well. All of the victims have been treated in a range of hospitals right across Sydney tonight with varying degrees of injuries. Now, the New South Wales Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon has declared this a terror attack. Special provisions, sections 5 and 6, have also been enacted. We'll describe them in just a minute and what they mean. We also had that confirmed by the Australian Federal Police, also the ASIO chief, who said that the national threat level and terror threat level remains as probable, which means a 50% chance of terrorist acts happening. But obviously very intense investigations underway tonight into who these gunmen are, how they're connected, what level of planning went into this. Of note, and there is some conjecture over this at the moment, but we did have it confirmed by New South Wales Police, that one vehicle belonging to one of the gunmen has been found on Campbell Parade, the famous street down there at Bondi Beach. IEDs, explosives, he said, have been found in that vehicle, and specialist teams are near that vehicle now, although there's a number of vehicles, we're being told, being searched down at Bondi Beach right now. The bomb squad on the scene, just in case. So officers going car to car, looking inside every vehicle just to make sure that there aren't other vehicles involved in all of that. And we've seen vision of police raiding homes across Sydney, particularly in the area of BONDI related to one of the gunmen. That's vision of it there. That search continues, and a number of items are being scoured, retrieved from that scene, police tape in the area. That reaction was very swift, coming barely an hour and a half, 40 minutes after the attack down at Bondi Beach. So those raids are continuing. That would appear to be a secondary scene beyond, obviously, the enormous crime scene down at Bondi Beach. Of note, there was an emergency cabinet meeting in New South Wales, but of more serious note, the Prime Minister confirmed that there was a special convening of the National Security Committee, and they don't often talk about that publicly, they don't often reveal that publicly, but that happened almost immediately, which is why we saw the Australian Federal Police Chief and the ASIO Chief, Mike Burgess, side by side with the Prime Minister there. In his words, Anthony Albanese called it a targeted attack against the Jewish community, and obviously a very dark moment for the nation, saying that we stand with all Jewish communities. And as Hugh Whitfield was telling us, Hugh, you're at the desk too. I know you're at a shop, but you might want to contribute to here as well, that there were a number of other Hanukkah festivals and ceremonies around Australia, particularly in Victoria, that were cancelled, extra police presence put on others around as well. There's going to be some analysis of this, isn't there, of what these sections mean, Section 5 and 6, that have been enacted under acts of terrorism?
So the Terrorist Act gives police wide-ranging stop and search powers. It means that they can go into properties without a warrant. It means that they can detain people, including suspects, for much longer than a normal person under arrest. They are extreme powers that police have to not just detain alleged or accused terrorists, but to make sure that they can hunt down other people that may be connected and to prevent further attacks. Now, the police, they're talking about the national threat level for terror being at probable, which is the mid-range, Michael, saying more than 50% chance. Above that is expected and certain, and below that is possible and not expected. It's been probable for some time, but anti-terror police, counter-terror police are now with a huge investigation before them here in New South Wales and at the AFP as well.
This vision is interesting, and it will be in the investigation too. you, Hugh, because we saw in the police press conference out of the New South Wales one at the very least that there was speculation of a third gunman. The Police Commissioner, Mal Lanyon, still trying to say, look, there may be.
Yeah.
We're trying to work it out. This vision led us to believe earlier that there might have been a third because it looked different to what we'd seen in some of the other bouts of vision as well. But that's to be confirmed by police, and he was careful not to sort of over-speculate on that point.
Yeah, he said 2 definite offenders. One of them is among that 12 dead that we are told by the New South Wales Premier, and they are investigating the chance or the possibility, the plausibility potentially of a third offender. And that's where we're seeing that number of police operations taking place right across metropolitan Sydney right now.
Part of that other scene, there's one of the gunmen identified in one of the shots. He was hiding on top of the concrete bridge, ducking down beneath it at times, and then other times firing with what we've been described as long-arm weapons. The police not speculating on the size or source of them at this stage. This is an incredible moment, as we've been recapping, Hugh, of one of the heroes who stepped in, disarmed one of the gunmen. Worryingly, and we need to have this confirmed, because one of the other gunmen just out of shot was firing in his direction. It may well be that that hero has also been shot. We're trying to work that out. We saw some earlier vision as well. He did an incredible thing here, and the Prime Minister reflected on the acts of heroism as well.
Michael, what we have seen is not just acts like that tonight. Members of the public down at Bondi trying to take on these gunmen, but the response by normal people, civilians, who have been enjoying a day at the beach, whether it's the Christmas party at the North Bondi Surf Club tonight, or whether it was people who are attending the Hanukkah by the Sea or having a drink on the grassy knoll at North Bondi, stepping in to try and save people's lives.
The hero got shot.
Carrying out
My God,
CPR on people, trying to bandage people up. There are people turning up to hospitals tonight, Michael, in Sydney, with those people that they tried to treat on the ground, themselves covered in blood. There are people who have made a huge effort tonight as community members. The Premier and the Prime Minister speaking about the extreme acts of bravery that have taken place. Brave Australians really showing real spirit tonight.
They are, and Hugh, I reflected on this earlier, and it's worth recapping again. My thoughts are very deeply with all of those medical teams inside those range of hospitals, 6 or 7 hospitals that are now involved, and the amount of triage work, the amount of intense life-saving efforts underway to save, people who have been shot. These are weapons used in acts of war. The injuries they have received will be horrific. They'll be intense. Those hospitals are working overnight to make sure that the death toll doesn't rise. 12 at this stage, including one of the gunmen. 29 people have been confirmed as transported to hospital. But as you said, others may still have walked in afterwards. And people were kept down at Bondi Beach for some time in triage circumstances as well.
And some of those people who have been taken to hospital suffering from shock, they've been caught up in it, they're being counselled by social workers right now at those hospitals right across Sydney, even down to St George and places like that. So every hospital has been put on alert, no doubt, across Sydney tonight, and staff, nurses and doctors brought in from across Sydney to work as well.
This is interesting, Hugh, because it just helps us fill in the picture
29
of what is happening
injured,
at
12
Bondi Beach
dead.
at this very moment as well. That's the New South Wales Riot Squad, one of their vehicles, public order and riot squads. Now, they're working with the bomb squad to make sure that there are no other vehicles down there that may have been left by the gunman. We had police confirm to us that one of the vehicles contains explosive devices. Serena, I think that vehicle's just, as Serena and Allura reported, did that vehicle just go past you right now?
Yeah, it did, Michael. Police seem to be focusing their efforts on a car in the vicinity of the bridge. Of course, this investigation is still very much afoot. They've also been going what appears to be door-to-door on some of the cars in the car park just as a precaution. Of course, we're not sure what role that plays in the investigation, but certainly they're focusing their efforts. There's a police rescue van in the vicinity of the bridge where this terrible incident took place earlier today, and they're focusing their efforts on a car near there. Here's another police riot vehicle. Incredible amount of resources here on the ground.
Well, it is, Serena. Thank you. It's just worth going
well
to quickly to have a look at that because it helps fill in part of the picture. We think of crime scenes sometimes as being, within a certain perimeter. This entire beach tonight, given the scale of what we've seen down there and the scale of the massacre, is one enormous crime scene tonight. Small fragments collected down there, not only just all the visual material that's going to be collected by police, but the smallest of fragments down there will help fill in the picture of exactly what happened, who the gunmen were, the resources they used as well, the positions they were in, where they were targeting at the time. So one enormous crime scene there. We're seeing another potential crime scene in BONDI in Sydney's western suburbs, where there have been raids on a property we understand linked to one of the gunmen, who we're told tonight was in a capacity known to New South Wales Police, possibly known to federal police as well, if I understood that press conference correct as well. Not in a threat level. That was said by the ASIO Chief Mike Burgess, not in a threat level, but known. So it helped identify the gunman in that circumstance, and no doubt the other gunman, and is there a third, identify them very, very quickly, which led to these scenes.
Have been known to police, but that he did not want to inflame
Sorry guys, I'm
tensions
back.
at
Just
all,
cut out
and
for a
wanted
second.
to make sure that
This is my
police are
internet, I'm
allowed
sorry.
and left to do their job. Now, he did give a short update on the 2 police officers that were injured in this shooting. One is listed as serious, potentially critical. The other is also listed as serious. Both are in surgery. He was not prepared to give their rank or where they were located, but he did say that this event had extra police resources on the ground, but no one could have expected anything like this. Now, we do understand that at 9:36 this was declared a terrorist incident, and that does bring with it a number of extra powers for police.
He's down, he's down. He's down. Fuck yeah! Yeah, they got him. He's down, he's down. He's down.
So, as things stand, more than 12 people killed, 29 people injured. It was an Islamic terrorist attack against the Jewish community. Hava Mendel lives in Brisbane. I don't think she was in Sydney. I know Hava Mendel. Australia needs deportations. Australia needs deportations. There were just too many people who are filled with hatred in our country and they shouldn't be here. We need deportations. I didn't say anything about Uyghurs. I'm talking about Islamic extremists. So many fucking apologists. So many apologists for terrorism. Here's a good question. When will an Australian politician acknowledge that this was an Islamic terrorist attack? No one's done it yet. Not a single person has acknowledged that this was a terrorist attack yet. Not a single politician in Australia. And it was so obviously a terrorist attack. Oh God, apparently it's 13 dead now. Apparently the death toll's at 13.
Let's go back to Rex Quayle, who's on.
Pauline Hanson didn't even say it was an Islamic terrorist attack.
That property was on. There are a number of other officers there. We've just seen a command vehicle go through. It is fair to say that police are getting ready for a long night here, and the fact that they've made such a wide cordon for this in this neighbourhood shows just the care they're taking and just how seriously they're taking it with the response here. We even had the police helicopter overhead for about 20 minutes while they've been doing what they've been doing in there. Now, the question is what they are looking for, what they may have found. That is obviously, we're just at the beginning of that. Now, for people here in the neighbourhood, they saw the police started to swarm. They also say that, again, as we've mentioned throughout the evening, there's been mention of particular individuals and areas on social media that also brought people here. Some people are arriving back to their neighbourhood after a day out, after a night out, finding it completely sealed off. Some people have been escorted back to their homes by police. People are being told to stay inside while police go about their work. It is quite a surreal situation here. Again, now a massive section of this road has been cut off. It's a major connecting road through the suburb of Bonnyrigg. We're just down from the corner of Elizabeth Drive, which is a major regional road for this part of Sydney. And in the same street, you can see Christmas lights twinkling. This is almost a surreal situation that now this is such a target of the police investigation just getting underway tonight, Michael.
Paul, thank you for that. Important to update because those developments happened there very, very quickly. We were going to go to one of the hospitals, but I'm being told right now we have some fresh information about the vehicle meant to have been containing or meant to contain the IEDs or the explosives down at Bondi Beach. Our reporter Sam Payne's just putting a note through, and I'm hearing in my ear that the vehicle is contained or is known, so that gives some reassurance about the scene down at Bondi Beach. Is Sam available now to talk to you? Let me just check on that. Sam, let's bring you in now before we go to Andrew Denny at the hospital. What have you got?
Yeah, Michael, that's right. Well, I've just spoken to a police contact right here on the ground, and they've just told me that the IED, or IEDs, plural, not confirming, have been contained, and they're currently being moved away from the scene, which means they're being transported out, have been taken out of that vehicle, and this scene, it was active, it is now officially a crime scene, no longer an active situation. As I repeat, those IEDs that have kept this beach closed for up to 4 hours have just been removed. They're being transported away right now safely, and this is now a crime scene. Michael?
Yeah, that's a great development, thank you, because that was going to cause a lot of anxiety into the evening if that vehicle hadn't been located. And I'd imagine Sam and Serena Andaloro, our reporter at the other end of the beach there, was telling us the same scenario, that there was a lot of searching of other vehicles, if you witnessed that, so they were trying to make sure that there weren't other vehicles connected to the gunman. Does that all seem to be clear now?
Yes. Well, we witnessed just before the riot squad, the heavily armed officers with assault rifles going car to car.
Scene is no longer...
Checking every single vehicle. And now they believe that job is done as well. Obviously, it is still a crime scene. It will remain taped off for quite some time. But as we said, no longer an active situation.
All right, Sam, thank you very much for that. A good update, a reassuring update that there's no further threat down there at this stage. Andrew Denny, let me bring you in now, because one of the points of concern throughout the evening has been a child who was taken to the Children's Hospital. Not a lot of detail from police at this stage, but among the 29 injured, what do you have for us?
Yeah, that's right. We were told of that child. Sadly, as you say, there hasn't been a lot of detail come forward as that. We hope that is good news. We know that 29 people were transported to various hospitals across Sydney. I'm standing here outside the Prince of Wales Hospital where a lot of those people have been taken to, not just by paramedics, but also they've been presenting themselves with more minor injuries. I've spoken to a number of people who've now left after being treated for those shotgun pellet wounds. They are both parents. One was a mother who was sheltering her child, a 3-year-old daughter underneath her when she was grazed in the head with one of those pellets. A father who I have just spoken to only minutes ago. He has left. He was a father of 3. He was attending that Hanukkah by the Sea festival. He suffered injuries to his back.
Well, apparently, hang on.
Sam, thank you very much for keeping us informed there, because that's a pivotal part of the investigation I'm kind of about in News Beach.
But they said
apparently they found the hero. Hang on.
Hero's relatives talking about his acts this evening at Bondi Beach. Family members, and our reporter Brianna Jackson's gone and interviewed some of his family members, and let me confirm this. I'm told that we do have an interview that we can use now. Let's have a listen to the hero's relatives talking about his acts this evening at Bondi Beach.
Still, he's in the hospital, and we don't know exactly what's going inside. But they said the doctor he's very okay, and next 2 hours they let us to go in and see Ahmed, because he's still inside and he do the operation. But we hope he will be fine. He's a hero, 100%. He's a hero, because what we see on the social media, he's like is 100% hero.
To his shoulder?
Yeah, he have 2 shots, one in his arm here and one in his hand.
And have you been able to talk to him today?
No, because I come when I see what's happening, and I come here to see him, but they said he's not allowed to go inside because he have to make an operation, whatever. I'm still waiting to see him.
Well, there you go, some first-hand accounts. So that man was called Mustafa. He's the cousin of the man in the white shirt there who tackled one of the gunmen and then turned his own weapon on him to keep him on the ground for a brief few seconds and forced him to scamper off. This man has saved lives. Let's not make any mistake about this. He disarmed one of the gunmen, as you can see there, who was firing in another direction. Look at him. He's come up behind him, grabbed him round the neck, used all of his weight as best as possible, tried to get him to the ground, but he's taken his weapon off him and turned it back on the gunman. Now, the hero, confirmed by Mustafa, is Ahmed Al-Ahmed, 43-year-old, married father of 2. He owns a fruit shop in Sutherland, in Sydney Shire. No experience with guns, his cousin told us, was just walking past. And as a result, he's copped 2 bullets in the arm from one of the other gunmen who was perched up at a high position on one of the concrete bridges down there at the beach. Mustafa's saying he'll think he'll be okay. He's having surgery in the next 2 hours. There's poor Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who's paid the price for his heroin.
Wow, that's him. That is the hero, Ahmed Al-Ahmed. I'm just posting it now. Ahmed Al-Ahmed is his name. Trying to get the photo up. Ahmed Al Ahmed. I'm trying to post it now. The man who saved so many lives, his name was Ahmed El Ahmad. Respect. Hang on, I'm going to post it again with the fruit shop details. That's a funny detail I've got to include. It's actually amazing. The guy who tackled the gunman was his name Ahmed El Ahmed. Just crazy stuff. It's amazing. Ahmed El Ahmed, he's a hero. I have to say, he's a hero. How's it? Someone sets a false flag. What the fuck? How could it be a false flag? We watched it happen live. There's no false flag. It's insane. I wonder whether the Ahmed El Ahmad guy, he could have been a Lebanese Christian. He could have been a Muslim as well. It's interesting. I'd like to learn more. But honestly, respect to him. Respect to him.
Thank you. Huh? How many? One, it's enough.
Oh my God. Initial reporting was the second shooter is an Algerian immigrant who arrived in Australia around 10 years ago. Fucking deport. Fucking deport. So initial reporting has the second shooter as an Algerian immigrant who arrived in Australia around 10 years ago. ABC News has confirmed that the first shooter is the Pakistani man Naveed Akram. 10 people killed in the attack against a Hanukkah celebration at Bondi. And it was an Islamic terrorist attack, but it appears that maybe a Muslim actually helped save it. I don't know. Ahmed El Ahmed, was he Muslim? Was he Christian? I don't know. But honestly, respect to him. What he did is like such an amazing thing.
Set up their command area and right just metres away from the crime scene itself as they were going through inch by inch across that area, looking at every single bullet casing, gunshot that had been left behind, all of the area, combing that forensically and ballistically to see and piece together exactly what had happened this afternoon, and to put all of that together because it will go, of course, before the coroner. There is talk that the New South Wales coroner, Teresa O'Sullivan, will come down here this evening to examine, walk through this crime scene herself and get a sense of what has happened, because before her now is one of the biggest investigations in New South Wales police history, one that will capture the attention of not only the country but of course the world, given this is now dragging international attention from every quarter down here to Bondi right now. This place will be locked off for at least the next couple of days. Campbell Parade, one of the busiest roads in Bondi. The police have, as I say, have pushed us back
12
to
dead at this point
now. Several hundred
29
police,
injured.
have congregated on the scene this afternoon. We saw at one point around that rally.
Great job on not being biased for the hero.
that,
I
they were
reported it properly.
interviewing
I reported it properly.
everybody
Okay.
they could at
I'm not
the
biased.
scene. Ambulance officers, first responders, the members of the public that had gone in to do what they could to address this situation. I'm talking about the heroes. I'm talking about those that were trying to help and give some sort of medical assistance to those who were on the ground at the time. All of those witness statements being taken in the hours immediately after this incident will be compiled, of course, into a comprehensive report. One, Mal Lanyon, the police commissioner, referred to earlier as being absolutely no stone left unturned as they investigate what took place this afternoon.
Chris, you might not have seen it. You might not have seen it because you were talking to me quite rightly, but just behind you, I'm pretty sure we saw one of the specialist bomb vehicles leaving. It was a Land Cruiser with a trailer on it with one of those very large devices,
People are already
which I'm
saying
confident in
false
saying
flag.
is one of the bomb detection vehicles as well. So it gives you an idea of the equipment being used down there.
And good news, it was driving away, Michael. So they're confident now this area is secure, potentially on that front at least. I think you're right. There was some sort of bomb detection device that they were taking away from Campbell Parade. Now, we saw earlier police were working their way up and down this road with flashlights, torches, looking inside every car parked along here. And just on the other side of that footbridge and just underneath it is a massive car park where hundreds of cars often parked today and on weekends. The place is absolutely packed. One local told me estimates of some 20,000 people might have been here at one point. Extremely warm day here in Sydney today, and Bondi was doing what it always does, attracting thousands of people down to this precinct. Michael, just talking to one witness who saw this entire event unfold. A man, in fact, in the apartment where I was standing earlier broadcasting to you from, said when he heard the gunshots ring out at about 6:40, he had some experience overseas. He recognised that were potentially gunshots. He moved outside his apartment, and as he was coming outside, people were running into his complex and congregating in the communal laundry area. He said to them, "Were that gunshots?" They said yes, and they described what had happened. He went forward and had a look, and he described for me just a terrifying scene. He could see clearly, he was this close to the bridge, he could see clearly what was happening on that bridge, and he could see the police officers, uniformed beat cops effectively, running towards that area, crouching down behind the row of cars that, if Morgan just zooms in there, you can see over my right-hand shoulder. And they were working their way up car by car by car, trying to get closer to the footbridge. It's too dark for you to see it now, but earlier we could see it when it was light. site. And they were working. One was a female, one was a male officer, and my colleague contacted, I know them down there, was watching them move closer and closer to that area. Now, as we've seen, Hero residents actually took that first action to bring them down. Those two cops and others were quickly on top of the scene. Now, my friend describes to me quite a frenzied scene. At that point, when the gunman's gun had been removed from him, and then the locals started to take over, and he describes scenes of them actually taking their own justice out, if you like, on that gunman at the time. Police had to push the residents back to prevent them taking out their own action, their own retribution on him. The emotion, he said, was absolutely volatile. It was electric in the air, so much fury and anger. Moments before, it had been fear, and it switched, he said. As soon as that gun was down and the people were on top of that gunman, it was absolute fury, he said. He stood there watching as the police were trying to hold these people back. That's what happened this afternoon as the police did their job and took those gunmen away.
Chris, just help me too.
Police basically had to prevent a lynching of the
am I right in
suspects?
saying a chaplain earlier as well? You've interviewed some extraordinary people down there. I was particularly taken with your interview with Kelly Sloan, the New South Wales opposition leader as well. But I know you've got some more interviews to show us.
Yeah, look, we spoke, Michael, referring there to the extraordinary interview just moments after it had all happened with a chaplain, Vladimir Kotlia. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing that properly. He was there on the scene when everything was happening. His son, David, was with him. He said he threw himself onto his son to protect him. He described absolutely harrowing scenes.
I'm with Todd Brown at the Pig and Whistle, and he said you're the best journalist in Seymour Hirsch. Okay, well, thank you for the
He's going to tell it
donation.
far better than I
appreciate
will.
it.
Let's take a listen if we can. I think you've got some of that interview queued up and ready to go. And what did you see today? Can you talk me through it?
Murder. I saw murder.
How quickly did you get on the scene?
I was already there.
There's blood on your shirt, mate.
I was helping people out.
And what are you telling me about the casualties on the ground here in Bondi?
I can't tell you. There's a lot. I was lying on top of my son.
Your son?
My son, 8 years old son. I fell on top of him, and then another injured guy fell on top of me.
This was a Jewish festival of celebration, the Festival of Light.
Bringing the light into darkness. What darkness came to us today. To whole Australia, to Bondi Beach, to Sydney.
Those chilling words, Michael, I mean, he has seen something he will never forget. His actions as well, as so many locals were here today, simply heroic as he jumped in and did what he could, obviously to protect his son, but to look after those around him as well. Michael, just before I throw back to you, though, I've just had a police contact.
Someone said Trump needs to get that guy to the White House. Honestly, cool idea. I like that.
When the crime scene tape dropped and that vehicle went across the line.
Everyone already saying it's a false flag attack.
The containment trailer deliberately towed there by an unmarked vehicle. Unfortunately, there's cameras everywhere. It wasn't going to be unnoticed tonight, but it was to confirm your earlier suspicions, a bomb detection device.
It shows you they're throwing every resource at it, which they've had to. Chris, thank you. Extraordinary interviews down there this evening as well. And, you know, as the chaplain described to you too, you know, protecting children is one of the stories we're learning a lot more about this evening. The many, many people who've grabbed children or taken children under bridges or tried to protect them, and so many of them have witnessed such evil and horror tonight that will stay with them for so long. I'm thinking also tonight of even the broader Jewish community around Australia tonight, you know, not directly involved in this, but obviously completely involved in their emotions and their support of what has happened here. There must be so many heavy hearts in your lounge rooms, in your homes this evening, and we are obviously all thinking of you. Paul Caddick, let's bring you back in now. You've been at the scene in Bonnyrigg where there have been sweeping raids of a property, maybe some other properties in that area in connection to all of this. An update?
Well, Michael, yes, certainly a significant focus for police here tonight. We are probably about 400 500 metres now pushed back from that particular property. Police taking no chances, keeping as much space around them while they do their work. And the amount of resources here has been building still a number of hours since the police arrived, but those resources still increase. We've just had an ambulance vehicle, a police rescue vehicle, police command unit vehicle, which shows they are here for the night. And just overhead now we have the police helicopter.
One shooter was killed, the other was left in a critical
earlier
condition.
We saw what looked like a couple of dozen public order and riot squad officers in full riot kit approaching the property. Now what they've found, police aren't yet revealing, but clearly it is a major focus of
no
this,
confirmation that
what
it's
is
3
now
shooters.
a
Right now we have
investigation,
confirmation that there's
here
2 shooters.
in BONDI. So we are still waiting to see what they've actually found there, but clearly police are taking it very seriously, keeping people as far back as possible. Those locals who are within the cordon have been told to stay home, stay inside, as police now do their investigative work.
It's a tough situation out here, man. It really is a scene to be witnessed. This is incredible what's going on.
I think we're just looking for updates, seeing if there's any more casualties or, you know, what's happened to the shooters.
Some of the BONDI locals here that we've been speaking to, interestingly enough, it was seeing on social media reports about one of the alleged gunmen that drew a lot of people here because it was very close to home. So what some of the locals are telling us here tonight.
Yeah, OK, Paul, thank you for that. You would imagine too that may not be the only scene that we see across Sydney, perhaps even interstate this evening, as police widen their search for who may be connected to the 2 identified gunmen, potentially a third. Police haven't confirmed that yet. They're still working on that late into the evening and well into the early hours of the morning. I want to just play again the interview with Mustafa that we got from St George Hospital. Now, he's the cousin of Ahmed El Ahmed, the now identified hero, the gentleman in the white shirt, there he is, who leapt into action and took down one of the gunmen. Didn't muck around, grabbing him around the neck, and then with his left hand just wrestled that long-armed weapon out of his hand. His cousin tells us he had no experience in firearms at all, but did the best he could just to keep it aimed at the other gunman in the white trousers there. But as a consequence, he was shot by another gunman who was high on a concrete bridge down there just off Campbell Parade, who saw that his accomplice had been tackled.
His name was Ahmed El
and then
Ahmed.
turned his sights onto Ahmed El Ahmed there, who was shot twice, we understand, in his arm and or shoulder. His cousin is Mustafa. He spoke to us earlier. Let's listen to him.
Still, he's in the hospital and we don't know exactly what's going inside. But they said the doctor, he's very okay. And next 2 hours,
seriously, what a hero.
They let us to go in and see Ahmed because he's still inside and he do the operation. But we hope he will be fine. He's a hero, 100%. He's a hero because what we see on the social media, he's 100% hero.
To his shoulder?
Yeah, he have 2 shots. One in his arm here and one in his hand.
Shot on the head of the arm.
Have you been able to talk to him today?
No, because I come when I see what's happening, and I come here to see him. But they said he's not allowed to go inside because he have to make an operation, whatever. I'm still waiting to see him.
Yeah, well, his family are going to be waiting a while to see him. But Mustafa, you're spot on, 100%. Ahmed El Ahmed is a hero, the fruit shop owner from Sutherland in Sydney, who was just passing, hid behind the car, stepped in and did what he needed to do to stop other people being killed this evening. He disarmed one of those gunmen and did an absolutely heroic act. So it's lovely to hear that first-hand account. We'll be very relieved when we hear that Ahmed is out of surgery well and recovering as well, and he will have a story to tell. There's no doubt about that.
That guy's an absolute
hero.
hero.
Let's just bring you in again as well. These hero stories, and we believe there may be others as well. We saw the vision also on the bridge from a different angle, where another of the gunmen appears to have been tackled from behind at one point, whilst one of the beat cops, one of those great policemen down there, had his or her firearm trained at them as well. But the hero stories are emerging.
Yeah, and while people were trying to take down those gunmen, there were people trying to treat the many injured people on the ground and try to save those people who have been tragically killed by this incident. So we had about 1,000 people in Archer Park there for Hanukkah by the Sea, that big Jewish community Hanukkah event for the first night night of the Jewish Festival of Light as it got underway there. One of many events that were taking place for Sydney's Jewish community and across Australia for night one. They had a Christmas party taking place at North Bondi North Bondi Surf Club rather. You had plenty of people inside North Bondi RSL, plenty of people inside Bondi Pavilion and the surf club there, and they all leapt in, or many of them leaping into action as well. They are coming home tonight bloodied as well, because they have been trying to help those dozens of people who've been injured, at least 11 innocent people who have been killed by this incident. So that means, you know, taking off their shirt and wrapping it around arms that have been hit by bullets, trying to render assistance like CPR
Here's all the
on the ground.
The surf club guys now who kicked into action.
So a huge community effort to step in and save lives while others were trying to take down these gunmen. It is extraordinary. The other thing to point out too, Michael, as well, a lot of this vision, this is obviously filmed by a news cameraman, but there are plenty of people who had phones out to record these events, as we've been showing as part of the coverage, and police are keen to see as much of that vision as they can, and they've put a call out. You can provide that anonymously via Crime Stoppers, nsw.crimestoppers.com.au, and vision like this will help police piece together the events second by second, including when these men turned up to Bondi this afternoon. They'll be relying on the security camera network around Campbell Parade and Bondi Beach, but they want your vision as well.
And they'll be using their extensive camera network around the city of Sydney to also track, you know, when these men set out, where they gathered, how they met, and when they began their absolutely murderous rampage down there at Bondi Beach.
Yeah, and we know that there's cameras at pretty much every major intersection across Sydney. The motorways are monitored constantly. Number plate recognition is used by police forces right around the world to track vehicles. So they will be working backwards, and then, of course, that's where the investigation takes them to where this all started and who else may or may not be involved.
Look, and you and I both know how quickly the news cycle moves very swiftly these days, Hugh. I'm sure by morning, at Sunrise will obviously have special coverage very early as well. That we'll know a fair bit about the background of these murderers today. They will have left fingerprints everywhere. Their ideology will be known. There will be work colleagues or family members that will give it up on them and tell them, I'm sure, because, you know, these evil people like to boast about what they do and their views and believe that they are right in what they're doing, and they like attention for it too. So I would imagine in the morning there'll be some strong profiling of exactly who we're dealing with here.
Yeah, it's going to be a really busy night and a really busy days, weeks, months ahead for investigators. Chris Reason has been speaking tonight about the fact that the coroner is going to be down there. We've seen play out over the last couple of months in Sydney the coroner hearing as part of the inquest into the Bondi Junction rampage. Different circumstances, but the coroner will be able to carry out their own investigation separate to the police. There'll be police briefs formed and they'll be delivered to the coroner. And what we will see probably in years to come is a broad snapshot of what has taken place and what can be done in the future to prevent something like this.
This will be crucial vision too. We've mentioned it a few times, but the man in the T-shirt, the black T-shirt there, who put his arms up in the air a few times, acting quite erratically, and then we saw some of the other people, just bystanders who came up from behind him, kicked him, punched him to help the one or two police officers, a third arriving right there in that shot.
They actually almost lynched the suspects.
This man appears different to the other two gunmen that we saw in the vision that we've replayed. The gunman who had his gun taken from him, the gunman who was wrestled, his colleague who was up on one of these bridges that we've used a still shot of before. This one seems to be a different identity, so this is obviously going to play into the investigation about who this person was.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's important to point out that when these sort of situations are happening, it can be very chaotic, it can be very confusing. And general duties police officers who may have been nearby get a call over the radio, or they hear something that's happened, they get people yelling at them saying over there, over there, over there, and they turn up and they have to very quickly determine who's the bad guy and who's the good guy.
Filtering through the chaos is so difficult.
So hard.
But they've done an incredible job, as best we know so far, and it seems very evident that everybody has kicked into action to prevent more deaths down there at Bondi Beach this afternoon by acting very, very quickly. If you stand by, I just want to go back to Sam Payne, who was telling us that thankfully one of the things that we can sign off tonight late into the evening is that at least there is no further threat of the explosives in that vehicle. The crime scene is real, but obviously not active in the sense that there seems to be no imminent threats from anyone else or any other I guess, you know, car, vehicle, bomb, anything else down there at this stage. Does that seem to be true, that it's clear in that sense?
That's right, Michael, and hopefully that can be reassuring for everyone here in Bondi this evening that, as we said, that those IEDs or IED, that hasn't been confirmed yet by police, but we do know that whatever it is has been taken away from this scene. And behind us, lights are still flashing. There's about 7 or 8 police cars just here. We've seen police hugging before, but they're walking up and down. Obviously, it has turned into a crime scene. I mean, detectives are on scene.
I've been streaming for 4 hours now. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to probably head off soon.
Obviously, looking at all those videos you've been referring to, piece together the movements.
If you've watched the coverage, I'd appreciate it if you subscribe, guys.
They'll be here.
I put in about 4 hours worth of work
right now. Doesn't look like that they'll be moving
anytime
soon. Some residents
I'll stay for about 15 more minutes, I think.
Because this crime scene is majority of Bondi Beach.
Yeah.
But it's warranted, especially considering the situation. So at this point in time, it will be taped off until further notice. Michael?
All right, Sam, thank you. Every little bit of evidence down there will make a difference. You know, casings, pellets from whatever guns, you know, bullets they were using, gun casings they were using, and it'll all be collected. Andrew Denny, let's go back to you. You've been outside the Children's Hospital all evening. There have been victims leaving there as well. I know you've spoken to one of them.
Yeah, that's right, Michael. It's now on 5 hours since people became targets down there at Bondi Beach. Many of them have been transported here to the Prince of Wales hospitals or brought themselves after they realised that they had injuries. I want to take you to an interview now with a man by the name of Dobby. He was at that festival, the Hanukkah by the Sea festival, with his family. He is a father of 3, and when he realised that those gunshots were ringing out, he went to shelter his family. This is what he had to tell us just a few minutes ago as he left hospital.
It was very scary. There was a person standing next to me that was actually injured a lot worse than me. And then I just grabbed my kids and just ran down to the beach and hid behind the wall. My wife and 2 other children actually ran a different direction and were hiding somewhere else. So it was a very stressful, you know, hour. None of us had our phones on us, so until we all managed to, you know, put it all back together. And then I was in the Surf Lifesavers Club and I came back down looking for them, and there's, you know, bodies all over the floor. Like, it was not something that you would ever in a million years believe that this is Bondi Beach. So I got a graze in the back, a bit of shrapnel in there, so I just came to the hospital. They dug that all out and bandaged it up for me, but I'm one of the lucky ones. But it was just a terrible event for everybody.
Yeah, one of the lucky ones indeed. He showed us some of those injuries to his back. He told us doctors said to him that they were shotgun pellets, and that the only reason he was alive is that they were pellets and not a bullet from a high-powered rifle. Unfortunately, though, he knows that not everyone is going home tonight.
Quite extraordinary, Andrew. I mean, this is the first victim that I've seen interviewed so far. I mean, he's got a very calm demeanour from what he's witnessed, but he obviously did his best to help people around him as well.
Yeah, he really does, and that was actually what was so astounding about what he'd been through, but the fact that he wanted to come out and he wanted to speak. He wanted to make it known that these were innocent families going about their business this afternoon who were targeted by, as we know now, terrorists. He also wanted to sing the praises of people in the surf club who came to the aid of families, who just jumped into action and really helped to treat the wounded and try to do what they could, people who were thrown into this situation.
Yeah. Andrew, I guess it's quite symbolic of him coming out and speaking so strongly as well, because what he's saying is what we're hearing from our leaders, that the Jewish community will not bow to this. They will not be oppressed. They, you know, we as a society and a community, because we've all been affected by this evening, you know, will not bend to an act of terrorism. So him confidently talking to you speaks volumes, doesn't it?
It really does. And sadly, the story is that he says his community has been through this sort of thing before, and they've risen from it. He said, astoundingly, that what happened there tonight didn't surprise him, because he thought that there'd been growing sentiment leading to this over the past few years.
Yeah, sadly, very, very sadly, that is the case. All right, Andrew, good interview. I mean, it's fascinating to hear from someone directly involved in it all. And thankfully, in his case, Dovy's his first name, he's got some shrapnel. It's been cleaned up, attended to by the many, many medical teams working overtime tonight. There's some vision of it there. Cleaned up, the shrapnel removed from the grazed in the back, but quite severely. But proud to show us that he's a survivor and he's standing strong with his community as well. So, Andrew, thank you for that interview. Paul Caddack in Bonnyrigg, let's go back to you. There's been some pretty heavy movement there.
Michael, a significant escalation of police activity here in Bonnyrigg in just the last 5 minutes. We've watched as two police Bearcats, these are the heavily armed, heavily shielded vehicles, have gone through the roadblock here up towards this property of interest that police have now been at for a number of hours. Now, these Bearcats and the police on board, these are the police that they look more like military than police. These are the units that come in when it's a siege situation, a hostage situation, certainly a dangerous situation. We've also had the police helicopter come in a bit lower while they've just driven in. So no precise idea as to what they might be responding to, whether there is an active threat they're responding to, or it's part of some extreme caution that police are taking as they investigate this address of interest here in Bonnyrigg.
That's interesting, Paul, because that's certainly not out of an abundance of caution. That suggests there's further activity to happen there, and there may well be a greater threat they've got to deal with.
Well, that's right, and in the last half an hour we've seen more support vehicles arrive. That just hasn't stopped really. We've also seen some ambulance support vehicle as well as police command vehicles saying that the police would be making quite the encampment around that address here in Bonnyrigg. But in terms of activity, that is certainly an escalation, seeing these two Bearcats with all of the heavily shielded officers on board driving very quickly through the roadblock here up towards that address, and we'll see if we get some indication as to what they may be dealing with.
Yeah, all right, Paul, thank you very much for that. Let's bring back in Chris Rees, our chief reporter, who's been down at Bondi Beach from the very beginning. Chris, a final word from you just before we wrap our coverage. It's obviously going to go throughout the evening and very early in the morning as well, but our coverage for now, just, you know, sometimes these events, and we've been unfortunate enough, I guess, in our careers to stand in some awful places and witness some terrible things happening. But this, on any scale, international scale, is just a purely horrific day with a massacre like this and such targeted evil against a celebrating community on what should be one of their greatest and most enlightening days of the year, the first night of Hanukkah, of all things. A truly tragic day, and that's putting it mildly, Chris.
It is, Michael, tragic for that community, for our community, and as the Premier and Prime Minister have both repeated tonight, the standing community to community, shoulder to shoulder with the Jewish people down here at Bondi and across the country as well this evening. Michael, the investigations here are going to go on for weeks and weeks, months possibly, as they try to work out exactly what motivation was behind this attack, what caused it, as you have been reporting tonight, who else was behind it, who else was involved. This was a coordinated, planned, organised attack. When two people are involved like this, when they bring down that sort of heavy firepower and have munitions and explosives in their car, this was organised terrorism. The police have been extremely quick to call this. Remember, going back to the Link Cafe incident back in 2014, 11 years ago, and the anniversary of that, as you've said tonight, is tomorrow. It took them some time to
tomorrow's the anniversary of Australia's
second and
worst
in fact,
ever
the coroner's inquest to actually confirm that it was. Tonight, the Commissioner of the New South Wales Police has called it as terrorism. No mucking around here. That releases all sorts of powers for his investigation and what he will do in the coming weeks and months. But it also is an extraordinary reminder and a difficult one for all of us tonight about what is happening in our country. And I know we can't jump to conclusions here. We have no idea. Let's make this clear what the motivations were, but a lot of people here going back to October 7, 2023, and the incidents in Israel and Gaza as potentially being behind this. We don't know that yet. We're going to have to wait and find out. But at the end of the day, this is going to rattle this community, particularly down here in Bondi and across our city of Sydney. There'll be a lot of calls for answers from the police tonight, Michael. We'll want them quickly. What was this about? Why did it happen? What did the police know? Should action have been taken earlier? And I think we have a right to those answers very quickly. We've had 2 press conferences this evening from the highest levels of government, the Premier and the Prime Minister, but the country, the community will be wanting a lot more information in coming days about what exactly has taken place here this evening.
And I bet it comes fast too, Chris. I think the identities of the gunmen involved, their motives, their ideology, I'm pretty sure will happen pretty fast. It seems, by the way, police have acted extremely swiftly tonight, particularly the raid in Western Sydney and Bonnyrigg would suggest they might know who they're dealing with and who they're connected to. So let's hope that all becomes apparent. We do hope that there is calm, though, broadly. I just can't help but emphasise again our thoughts and feelings with
one gunman was killed, another is still alive.
Right across Australia tonight. This goes well beyond Sydney.
Drew, where are the books from your bookshelf? I actually was moving out. I was moving out of my house, and
for the Jewish
I'm
community.
literally moving everything, and I didn't think I was going to stream today, but
across
obviously
Australia,
just
and I'm
crazy
sure
stuff
around the
happened.
world tonight too. There is deep sadness and grief about what has happened here this evening. Chris
Drew
Reason,
says
we appreciate you.
I
We
don't think so,
thank
but
all
thank
of our
you.
reporters as well. But Hugh, let me just bring you back in. You've covered many of these events around the world. We hate to think it's happened here, but it certainly happened here on a scale that is horrific, that will affect all Jewish people around the world. But this is, as the Prime Minister suggested tonight, not just an attack, a targeted attack on the Jewish community. It is an attack on Australia. It is an attack on our way of life, particularly underscored by the fact that, you know, it's down there at Bondi Beach on a sunny afternoon
Some
with
of my
thousands of
books
other
are still
people around
there,
as well.
but the others I've been packing into boxes.
It points to what terrorism is. It is designed specifically by these hate-filled people to inflict as much fear and terror into a community
1 second, guys.
as
From our position looking at a police vehicle in handcuffs put into that vehicle. We've also seen police escort at least 2 women. Hard to tell if they were handcuffed or just being escorted, but certainly our cameras have seen a man handcuffed, taken into police custody, and 2 women also escorted by police. Obviously, it was just a few minutes ago that heavily armed police in Bearcats went through that roadblock up the street to a property that has been the police focus here in Bonnyrigg for the last couple of hours as their investigation gets underway. So this happening as we speak, as police seem to have been taking at least 1 man in custody in handcuffs, 2 other women also being escorted away by officers.
They've arrested
Well, Paul,
somebody.
thank you.
They've arrested
for that.
somebody
I
at
mean,
the
we
address.
suggested earlier, didn't we, that there'd be continuing developments, and that is the case. Police acting very, very quickly.
New arrests.
Paul, thank you for that,
in
and to all
Western
of our
Sydney.
reporters as well. A quick recap, though, of everything we know this evening before we leave our rolling coverage on this terror attack at Bondi Beach. 12 people have been killed in the mass shooting which hit Hanukkah celebrations by the sea. One of 2 gunmen is among the dead. Police say they have a profile of him. They're not revealing the details just yet. That's appropriate. 29 people have been injured. Now, that figure includes 2 police officers, the second shooter and a child. Now, those victims are being treated in hospitals right across Sydney with varying degrees of injuries. An improvised explosives device was found in a gunman's car on Campbell Parade. It has been removed and safely taken away by the bomb squad. That's a good thing. Officers have launched raids across the city, as we just saw them in Bonnie Rig. The police Bearcat moved in just a few moments ago. Someone's in custody, and this extraordinary hero, a man we believe to be called Ahmed, who tackled one of the gunmen, saved lives by doing that, and turned the gunman's own weapon against him to stop him killing more. We understand Ahmed is a fruit shop owner from the Sutherland Shire. We're going to learn a lot more about him. He's in surgery tonight. He was shot twice just after this. One of the other gunmen saw what was happening and turned his weapon on him. Ahmed, you're an absolute hero. Now, the Prime Minister's held a meeting of the National Security Committee. Anthony Albanese called it a targeted attack against the Jewish community and a dark moment for the nation. Now, from our sunrise, we'll start from the special time of 5 tomorrow morning. There'll be coverage from 7 News right throughout the day. I appreciate you staying with us this evening, and hopefully we helped you guide through what has just been a truly horrific day down at Bondi Beach. Not only for the Jewish community, but for all of Australia. So take care tonight, and if you're feeling a heavy heart tonight, it's absolutely understandable. So hug some loved ones and have a talk about it, and we'll help guide you through the details tomorrow as well as we learn them. I'm Michael Usher. Thanks so much for your company, and good evening.
Honestly, 7 News did amazing coverage. Respect to the journalists for that. Just, my God, guys, what a horrible, horrible day in Australia's history. Probably the worst Islamic terrorist attack, easily the worst Islamic terrorist attack in Australia's history. The worst massacre in Australia since the Port Arthur terror attacks almost 30 years ago. Just one of the absolute worst incidents that we've ever seen. Such a grim day. 12 dead. One of the gunmen shot and killed. Another was shot and has survived. The police made multiple raids throughout Western Sydney. There's no ongoing threat, they say. They also diffused IEDs, improvised explosive devices. And I just want to, I want to say amazing work and Ahmed I want to say amazing work to Ahmed Ahmed, who was the hero who saved many people by disarming one of the gunmen. He was unarmed and he disarmed one of the gunmen, which is absolutely amazing. So I want to say respect to him for that. Amazing respect. He deserves to, he goes down as one of the greatest ever Australian heroes, absolute hero. Ahmed Ahmed. He was an Arabic guy, and we have to acknowledge that he was a great hero for what he did. Overall, when it comes to Islamic extremism, we have a massive, massive problem in this country across the entire Western world, and we can no longer simply look the other way after every single time this happens. I want to show you one post before we go, because I'll be wrapping up my coverage very shortly. I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I'm quite tired now. But I want to show everybody just one single post before I go. So, hang on 1 second. So this was an ABC journalist. He said that the number one thing we should care about right now is Islamophobia. And that's just sick, considering 12 Jewish people were murdered mercilessly. It's very obviously Islamic extremism. And it's actually just sick that some of the first instinct of some journalists is to talk about Islamophobia when it was actually 12 Jews who were murdered, massacred, ruthlessly, simply because they were Jewish. It was a brutal, horrific terrorist attack, an attack on all Australians, and I will never forgive it. And this whole thing to look the other way, turn the other cheek. No, I will never forgive. I will never forgive what happened today. I will go to my grave to the day that I die angry about what happened today. One of the most horrific massacres in all of Australia's history. I will go to my grave angry about today, and I will never forgive the murderers, and I'll never forgive all those who defended the evil ideology that created this terrible, terrible massacre. It was Islamic extremism. We all know it, and we have to condemn it. That's the only way to stop these things from happening again. We have to actually be honest about the ideology that carried out this attack, which was Islamic extremism. Thank you guys for tuning in. I really appreciate everybody who's tuned into my stream. And if you've been watching, please consider subscribing so that you can follow more of my coverage in the future. Thank you guys. God bless you all. I hope you all have a great day. And it's a sick day today. Obviously, this is something that will haunt us for a long time. So I just say God bless you all, and I say God bless the Jewish community as well. The terrorist attack that they've suffered is so horrific, and I think all patriotic Australians should stand with them today. God bless you all. Thank you for tuning in, guys. May God look after the victims. I pray to God that those who are injured survive, and I pray to God that those who died will be at peace. Those who were killed by this terrible ideology, I hope that their deaths are not in vain, and I hope that their families have some closure and that they go to heaven. Love you guys. Love you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in.